Signori Presidenti, cari colleghi, gentili relatori, è davvero un onore per me darvi il benvenuto alla Conferenza dei Presidenti dei Parlamenti dell'Unione Europea. Ma prima di entrare nel merito dei nostri
I would like to call your attention to the recent tragedy, which is the latest tragedy in the waters of the Mediterranean. According to the survivors, more than 700 people lost their lives. This is one of the most dramatic shipwrecks there have been in the Mediterranean Sea, and therefore I would ask you all to keep a minute of silence to commemorate the victims of this tragedy.
Vi ringrazio.
Thank you. In this connection, I sent to all of you a draft declaration on strengthening rescue operations in the Mediterranean, which is open for signatures. I hope that in light of this tragedy, you'll be able to support the content of this declaration, which could be conveyed to the European institutions in order that appropriate action be taken. In any case, we'll be dealing with that more specifically in our second session, when we'll be discussing the question of fundamental rights. Colleagues, this year, the most important parliamentary appointment on the European stage is held here at the Chamber of Deputies of Italy. With this conference, we symbolically bring to an end the semester of Italian presidency. Our colleague Ghinara Mieze, President of the Saima, will later be able to outline the priorities of the Latvian presidency. Continuing on from the issues which were dealt with during the meetings held in Rome during the semester of Italian presidency, in defining the agenda for our conference, we decided to focus on a number of specific themes. The choice of themes are aligned to the very special phase which is being experienced by Europe. In identifying the subjects to deal with, we were driven by the conviction that the amount and importance of the issues which Europe currently has to deal with not only justifies but actually requires an active role of parliaments. Interparliamentary cooperation should target a thorough exchange of opinions and also an analysis of the crucial issues which all of our countries have to deal with, which concern European integration and its prospects. The growing speed of globalization processes, the increase in the factors of instability and tension on the international stage, the uncertainties which characterize the processes of democratization in many countries which neighbor Europe, the difficulties caused by the most serious economic and financial crisis after World War II and the future prospects of European economies are issues which call upon all our responsibilities to fuel an open and transparent public debate. So, as I said, an open and transparent public debate, a debate in which citizens are afforded the possibility of feeling themselves participants and to be able to contribute through their representatives in Parliament to the taking of decisions of strategic importance. Issues of this importance, which affect the lives of all citizens, cannot simply be entrusted to the responsibilities of government, experts, or the power of the strongest. These needs are extremely important when we want to define strategies to allow Europe to recover a way towards growth and a solid and lasting growth. After 6 long years of economic and financial crisis, which have affected our continent more than other areas, signs of recovery are still weak. Europe is clearly struggling in facing up to global competition, which is increasingly fierce. The serious nature and the duration of the crisis means that for all of us working in institutions, we need to contribute to defining innovative solutions, not restricting ourselves to repeat recipes which have been implemented in the past and which today are no longer feasible or which have shown themselves to be ineffective. Europe cannot accept being progressively sidelined in international scenarios or to be slowly impoverished. Neither can we think that the future of our continent can be reduced to an unrelenting game of catch-up against the emerging economies which have the competitive advantage of low wage levels and standards of protection and workers' guarantees and welfare systems which are way, way below European standards. We are convinced that Europe should not give up, but should, in fact, claim with pride and obviously with the necessary adaptations and changes, continue to propose its model of social market economy as a model to be taken as a reference. If we don't deal very quickly and effectively with the problem of the inequalities which have increased after the crisis, there is a clear risk that the malaise of citizens will turn into an increasingly widespread dislike with regard to national European institutions. This is a risk which cannot be underassessed, because by fueling demagoguery and populism, the legitimacy and the support for democratic systems, legitimacy of and support for democratic systems could be undermined, as well as the project of European integration. Inequalities and an unequal distribution of wealth are not only ethically unacceptable, but an objective hindrance to economic growth. Not promoting social mobility and not giving real prospects to the younger generations impoverishes society and also weakens the democratic fabric. The knowledge available and the rapidity of technological development afford opportunities which were unimaginable up to a short time ago. We must be able to exploit them, focusing on innovation, research, know-how, training, and the training of our human resources. Similar considerations apply to the second session of our conference, which we've entitled The Continent of Fundamental Rights, the Europe of Freedom, the Europe of Solidarity and of Security. In this case, too, we started from the conviction that Europe must, in all fora, and proclaim this to its citizens, that its experience is exemplary with regard to the safeguard of fundamental rights and human dignity. The tensions and the many crises on the borders of Europe and the implications of these crises, at times dramatic for our continent, clearly bring us face to face with the issue of how to combine the demand for greater security with the full protection of everybody's rights. Europe has to undertake has to review its rules and adapt them in light of the development of citizens' needs and the changes in internal and international scenarios. In any case, it needs to be clear to us that denying or limiting people's rights and dignity, we would be betraying the vocation of Europe, the reason why Europe exists, and the purposes of Europe as defined in Article 2 of the Treaty on the Union. These goals are also reflected in the theme of the third session, which specifically concerns European Union parliaments in negotiations on international treaties. We're speaking of treaties like TTIP and TISA, which are currently being negotiated, which have a scope which has an impact on the basic rights of citizens and have a huge impact on economic and social systems. The importance of the issues which these treaties affect would require the utmost transparency on the negotiations and the positions which the parties take. Decisions which affect the lives of all citizens and business should not be restricted to narrow circles without an ongoing update on the state of the process, but require the utmost transparency and a public debate. Claiming an active role of parliaments in these areas means strengthening democracy and the rule of law. Thank you. And now I call upon the Speaker of the Senate, Piero Grasso, to take the floor to address a welcome to you. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I endorse the greetings of President Boldrini, and I extend a welcome to you all to Rome for this conference, which by now is established as a central hub for interparliamentary cooperation and particularly important forum for the exchange of opinions, information and experience on the promotion of research and action on issues of common interest for our parliaments. The challenges which we are called upon to face in this difficult situation are substantial in nature. They affect our models of growth and development, our ability to act at our borders and in the global system in line with the weight and the responsibilities which we have, our determination in moving towards greater forms of economic integration and political integration. And therefore we decided to focus the discussion of our conference on four crucial points: economic growth, rights, international treaties and political dialogue, as well as one session which will be devoted to regulations in the two major sectoral conferences. Identifying new ways to relaunch growth and development is a vital need which responds to two equally urgent requirements. combating the long-lasting effects of the crisis on our industrial and economic systems, the level of employment and the everyday lives of the citizens in the Union, and combating the lack of confidence which has spread in recent times with regard to institutions and the European project has been shown by the growth of populist political forces and movements and anti-European movements. The first common responses to the economic and financial crisis have led to lasting and important effects. What I'm referring to is the strengthening of governance instruments, having both a preventative and a corrective action in the cycle of the European economic semester, and the right emphasis placed on structural reforms which all member states are called upon to undertake to consolidate their public finances, and the establishment of the banking union, thanks to which at last conditions have been put in place to avoid that excess private debt can undermine the financial stability of the Eurozone. While it is indispensable to follow the path which has been established by the six-pack and the two-pack and the fiscal compact, it is equally necessary to identify new and original responses which can relaunch and deeply modernize the European growth model in order to achieve greater competitiveness on the international market. The issue of rights and negotiations on international treaties, which will be the focus of the second and third sessions of our meeting, are closely connected to a reflection on the relaunching of the European Union as a model of balanced growth and a global actor. The economic crisis has placed center stage the need to consolidate and guarantee the subjective rights which are embodied in the treaties and the European Charter of Fundamental Rights, which are at the heart of European history. I'm thinking of the right to work in Article 15 of the Charter, and the rights listed under the heading Solidarity in Section 4 of the Charter. The spread of developments such as transnational organized crime and terrorism, which have increased the demand for security on the part of citizens, require reflection on the need for suitable common instruments which can ensure security without diminishing the protection of fundamental freedoms and rights, which makes the European Union a reference model internationally. Similar comments can apply to the negotiations on international treaties underway. President Baldini has already mentioned these. First of all, the TTIP, this agreement, and the agreement as the one negotiated with Canada, CATA, or the Treaty on the Exchange of Services between 23 members of the WTO. All have extensive and potentially deep impacts on the production systems and the growth prospects of European economies, but also on the rights and freedoms of citizens and companies. This is, we believe that this is something, the concern for this, what needs to be at the heart of our work is the common pursuit of the best ways in which the institutions which we preside over can contribute to strengthen, legitimize, and make more transparent and closer to people the decision-making processes of the Union. In this connection, the choices we are called upon to undertake with regard to the regulation of the interparliamentary cooperation on the CFSP and the Common Defence and Security Policy and the regulation for the Interparliamentary Conference under Article 13 of the Fiscal Compact are passages of great importance. The two conferences increasingly are becoming essential fora for debate and exchange on issues which are extremely sensitive and complex and which are important for the continuation of the European project. So it's very important to regulate their workings on the basis of formulas which respect the independent decision-making of individual parliaments, which has been consolidated in years of interparliamentary cooperation. Our conference will end with a session on the strengthening of political dialogue, a process which has been consolidated over time and which, in my opinion, represents the hinge in the interaction between national parliaments and union institutions, and an opportunity to provide input to the Commission and the European Parliament. Dear colleagues, I'm sure that thanks to the contributions of the eminent speakers who will be opening the various sessions and the input of all of you, this conference will be able to present important points for thought and valuable items on which to base our future cooperation. Thank you again for being here, and I wish you a very positive meeting.
Grazie, Presidente Grasso.
Thank you, President Grasso. Now that we've completed this introductory phase, I would suggest, unless there's any objection, to consider adopted the agenda of the meeting as shown in the documents which have been circulated to you. Are there any objections? I see a hand raised. Unfortunately, I can't read your card from here. Perhaps somebody can. Netherlands. Yeah, please.
Grazie. Thank you very much. You're talking about the adoption of the agenda.
Could you please stand up and move the microphone so we can hear you better? If you take up the microphone, yes, strong.
Is it okay like this?
An assistant is coming to do it. Otherwise, it's difficult to hear you.
Okay.
Just a sec.
Oh, like
yes,
this?
That's a secret.
Oh, thank you very much. You're talking about the adoption of the agenda, and I would like to propose a change to the agenda. I propose to remove from the agenda the first part of session 4, discussion and possible adoption of the rules of procedure under Article 13 of the Treaty on Stability, Coordination and Governance in the Economic and Monetary Union. First of all, we did not receive a document with a proposal on this item. And secondly, we understand that there are still amendments on these rules of procedure circulating. We propose that the conference itself finishes the discussion on these rules of procedure and that we put the rules on the agenda of our next meeting in Luxembourg for final acceptance. I understand that a number of parliaments think likewise on this subject. There is no document on the second part of the session, rules of procedures of the procedure of the conference for the CFSP and the CSDP, but we understand that this conference has reached consensus on the adaptation of the rules of procedure. So my proposal sees to the removal of the first part of session 4. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Also the UK.
And then the European Parliament. Push the button, please. Yes.
That's it. Thank you, Madam President. The UK delegation has some concerns similar to those of our Dutch colleagues. We have concerns about this conference adopting rules of procedure for other conferences, and I think that raises an important underlying issue of what is the role of speakers here. I would suggest that speakers can quite properly take note and discuss issues that are proving difficult in order to offer guidance, but should go no further. We would be interested to hear other delegations' thoughts about how far this conference should go in laying down rules of procedure for other independent conferences. Thank you, Madam President.
Yes, thank you very much. The Vice President of the European Parliament.
Presidente, io condivido.
Madam President, the European Parliament agrees with the position which has been set out by the Italian presidency because it's fully in line with what was decided in Nicosia and which was contained in the text of the document approved under point 11, where it's explicitly stated that the decision must be taken by the Conference of Speakers. So the decision has already been taken that this item be discussed in this session, and the agenda is only reflecting a decision which has already been adopted. Thank you, President Taviani. Are there any other requests for the floor? President Lammert.
Frau Präsidentin, ich möchte den Vorschlag der italienischen unterstützen.
Madam Speaker, I would like to support the proposal made by the Italian presidency and would like to immediately respond to what the representative from the European Parliament just said. Quite obviously, there is a considerable need for clarification, and that is why the Italian presidency put this item on the agenda. And also, in Nicosia, we agreed upon this, and we reaffirmed in Vilnius that here in Rome, based on the experience so far, we would deal with the framework conditions for the work of this conference. And we have to do this, because at each and every one of the conferences so far, a debate started once again what the purpose of this conference was, what its mandate was, whether and if, under what conditions, the conference could make decisions, and all the other practical questions linked to this were discussed at all these conferences. And it has become clear that during 4 successive conferences, no consensus has been achieved on all these issues. Since this conference was set up by the speakers of the parliaments of the European Union, and since back then, in a series of our conferences, we reaffirmed what the purpose and the responsibility of this conference should be, I think it is a minor point whether we want to debate and set the clear rules for this conference. But the basic principles for the composition and the working conditions of this conference, these are things that have to be clarified by the speakers of the parliaments involved. And if on Tuesday morning we could agree on a few very fundamental principles here, I think this would be of extreme importance for the future work of this conference.
Thank you, President Lammert. And now there's a request for the floor from President Billström from Sweden.
Grazie. Thank you very much, Madam President, and thanks to Italy for hosting us all. On behalf of the Swedish delegation, I would like to reiterate what my colleagues from the Netherlands and the UK has already said about the adoption of the agenda. Sweden is not in favor of this, and we would prefer a discussion instead of a formal adoption. Thank you very much.
Sì, grazie.
Yes, thank you. Are there any other requests for the floor? The representative of Poland.
Sì.
Szanowna Pani Przewodnicząca, Szanowni Państwo, w imieniu Sejmu Polskiego popieramy propozycję wyrażoną przez parlamentarzystów holenderskich.
Thank you. In the proposal presented by the representatives of Netherlands, Britain and Sweden, I support that because in Nicosia there weren't any specific decisions, and therefore we are in favour of the solution suggested by the Swedish and British parliaments.
Adesso vedevo il Presidente Bartolone che voleva...
President Bartolone, President of the French National Assembly. Dear colleagues, just a couple of words on behalf of the President of the French Senate and my personally, President of the Assembly of France. We fully support the work carried out by Italian colleagues. It's something which is clearly set out in the conclusions which we endorsed at the Nicosia conference. Article 11 said the President of the Conference suggests that a review of these arrangements for the conference be carried out and that the conclusions of the review be presented to the Conference of Speakers of European Parliaments by the Presidency in 2015. I think that if we couldn't deal with this today, it would be a terrible failure for Speakers of Parliament, as we are. And we cannot, as we did in Vilnius, continue to postpone these for every time and fail to reach a conclusion. From the words of the President of the Italian Chamber and the President of the Senate, we have heard that we need a clearer and better integration in the European Union. And if we can't come together and decide on an issue of this kind, the essential issue of understanding what the real role of the representative of peoples is in the construction of the European framework, and particularly on an issue of such importance.
La ringrazio, Presidente.
Thank you, President. President Di Bartolomeo from Luxembourg has now asked for the floor.
La Présidente, après
Thank you very much. We have this interesting sequence, Bartolon and Di Bartolomeo. I would like to agree with the comments just made by my colleague Mr. Bartolon, i.e. I am in favour of keeping this item on our agenda. Obviously, it would be important for us to understand that we're not going to be able to establish all the details of the matter, but we have to look at the guidelines, and under Article 13 we will obviously have to consider our position as that of a sort of second reading. I think we have the possibility of setting the guidelines. That is our role.
Sì, allora, se non...
Thank you. If there are no further requests for the floor. Yes, please. I cannot see who has requested the floor. Finland. Ireland. My apologies. We can't see very well from where we're sitting.
Thank you. Madam President, Ireland would support the position outlined by previous speakers from the Netherlands, UK and Sweden. We do not consider that it's appropriate for speakers to concern themselves with the rules of procedure for other conferences. I would respectfully suggest to my colleagues from the European Parliament that the only function given to speakers under the Nicosia conclusions was to review the arrangements. The rules should be adopted at the Luxembourg conference later this year.
Bene, grazie.
Thank you. Any other requests for the floor? That would not appear to be the case. So, with regard to the procedural objections that have been made by some colleagues with respect to the possibility for the Conference of the Speakers to adopt the regulation of the conference under Article 13 of the Fiscal Compact, and the objections indicate that the latter conference should be responsible. Allow me to make a few remarks to clarify this point. In terms of substance, the Conference of the Speakers for the third time is required to address for the third time matters pertaining to rules of procedure after the meetings in Nicosia and Vilnius, in the course of which indications had already been provided on the different organizational profiles of the conference under Article 13. The Italian presidency would have preferred to see the conference under Article 13 to adopt directly its rules of procedures, so that the Conference of the Speakers could have simply ratified it. However, the conference under Article 13 has already met 4 times, dear colleagues, and this notwithstanding, despite 18 months of negotiations, it has failed to reach any form of agreement whatsoever. I would like to point out that in the course of the meeting held in Rome on the 29th and 30th of November last year, the Italian presidency had submitted a proposal for a compromise in the light of the lack of convergence among the different delegations. Dear colleagues, I believe that it would be a serious problem if we were unable in the course of this conference to define a shared position and text, and it would be problematic if we were to once again postpone a solution to a further discussion, the outcome of which appears uncertain, investing the competent sectoral commissions. I would like to add another point. Legally speaking, the Conference of the Speakers, given its competence in terms of oversight and coordination of interparliamentary cooperation in line with the Lisbon Guidelines and its principles, is to address the organizational aspects and the operational aspects of other forms of cooperation, especially in the presence of a stalemate and or conflict in terms of the sectorial committees. Furthermore, with respect to the rules of procedure of the conference for the CFSP and the CSDP, I would like to remind you that this review was implemented pursuant to Article 9 of the said rules of procedure, whereby 18 months after its first meeting, the Interparliamentary Conference is to take stock of its functioning and may formulate recommendations that are to be submitted to the Conference of the Speakers, i.e. to our conference. And the conference did take place to this end last November 4th in Rome, and on the basis of indications drawn up by an ad hoc review committee, it agreed on certain amendments to the rules of procedures and some best practices for its implementation. And under Article 9, these amendments were submitted to the final approval of the Conference of the Speakers of the Parliament. So we are invited to ratify the new draft that has already been drawn up and consolidated on the subject of the Common Foreign Security Policy and Common Security and Defence Policy. However, in the light of the various statements that have been made. I would suggest that we keep this item in our agenda. However, in the course of the session devoted to these matters, there will be the opportunity to discuss these aspects further, and we will be able to address the substance of this issue in the course of that session. I would also like to remind you that the presidency has submitted to the delegations draft conclusions in drawing up this text. We obviously avoided any formulation that could be seen as a form of commitment towards certain critical issues or controversial positions. We also have added a section in the draft conclusions reference to IPEX to make reference to the guidelines approved by the Secretary General their meeting last March, and we therefore invite all parliaments to ensure that they make the most of the various potential instruments that the process envisages. Obviously, we will be able to discuss this in the course of our meeting. So I would like to invite all my colleagues to submit any amendments to the draft conclusions by 6 p.m. today. Very well. Now I would like to move on to the first session, which is devoted to Europe beyond the crisis, new paths for growth.
Allora, come ricordato,
as was pointed out previously, this session follows on from previous meetings held in the course of the Italian presidency on economic matters and on the potential for recovery in Europe so that our continent may put behind it a period of considerable distress, which sees Europe fall behind a number of more dynamic parts of the world. The economic and financial crisis that began in 2008 identified some weaknesses that require an original, innovative approach. We need to avoid following approaches that have already failed in the past. The first timid signs of recovery, nonetheless, require the utmost attention on the general issue, i.e. what role can Europe play in the coming years in the global economic scenario, and what priority decisions are required so as to ensure that development may capitalize on the uniqueness of our countries, guaranteeing at the same time an innovative thrust to boost the European economy as a whole. In recent months, European institutions, given the insufficiency of conventional policies, have in fact seen a number of innovative measures in place. I'm referring to an unconventional response to deflation risk, as this was defined by President Draghi, which took the form of the so-called quantitative easing program, which is already having a positive impact in terms of lowering rates, ensuring availability of more liquidity, which hopefully will be channeled towards the productive system with devaluation of the euro versus the dollar. Obviously, we should not overlook the potential of the so-called Juncker plan, which aims to boost investment, which in recent years has plummeted, hence jeopardizing the possibility of ensuring that we can renew and enhance our infrastructures, which, as we know, is essential in order to guarantee the competitiveness of European economies. Lastly, I would like to mention the importance of the banking union, a large part of which has already been achieved. This is essential in order to guarantee the sustainability of European financial systems. And I would also like to mention more recently the possibility of developing an energy union, which is essential not only for the productive system, but in more general terms for the progressive evolution of European economies to guarantee greater environmental sustainability and a better use of available resources. It would be sterile if we were to think that we can act alone, or worse, promoting competition between individual countries. Competition, given growing globalization, requires a scale that goes beyond that of individual member states, including the strongest. We have to take a European-wide approach, whilst, of course, respecting the uniqueness of the different parts of Europe. The opportunities of development for the European economies must be rooted in the more value-added forms of production, hence enhancing our specializations and the uniqueness, as well as the specific skills that have been developed over the years, hence ensuring that we can exploit to the full innovation and investment to organize economic activities and civil life in a new fashion, also bearing in mind the need to reduce the impact of waste and consumption of commodities. We know that there are great opportunities from an economic point of view. We can recover efficiency and reduce the cost of manufacturing, and at the same time we can ensure that there are more streamlined interactions between government and citizens. And we know that the Internet is an opportunity to bridge differences and to guarantee, let's say, a better exchange. We have to guarantee that access is granted to all. We have to overcome any form of digital divide and at the same time safeguard personal rights, including privacy and personal data protection. These are all attainable objectives, provided that available resources and efforts are directed towards this objective in a comprehensive approach that must characterize both European and national policies. And this is why we have invited Professor Rifkin to open this session. His contribution over the last few years have, as we know, triggered a very lively debate and at times very strong reactions, but certainly he has provided some very useful inputs, especially for the benefit of those who are interested in the future and the potential that it affords. Mr. Rifkin will be followed by Claude Berthelon, President of the French National Assembly, and he will focus on the debate in France and on parliamentary exchange and debate. And then after that, we will have a debate, as is customary. Depending on the number of requests for the floor, we will be able to establish how long each delegate will have. So all those colleagues wishing to take the floor, if they have not done so already, are invited to fill in the forms that you received with your folders. So now I would like to call on Professor Jeremy Rifkin, founder and president of the Foundation of Economic Trends. His presentation will be a bit longer than is the case for the other speakers, and I'm sure that you would agree that this is a particularly important opportunity for us. So over to Professor Rifkin.
Welcome to Rome. I give you the floor.
Buongiorno, good morning, everybody. Madam President, good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here with you. GDP is slowing all over the European Union, all over the world. Productivity is slowing all over the European Union, all over the world. Unemployment is high in the European Union and all over the world. What do? In the last 50 years, the EU has owed its success to a series of bold economic, social, and political initiatives that at each stage has taken Europe into a new journey. It started with the coal and steel community and the Euratom project to create an economic space. The Maastricht Treaty created a political union. The euro created a monetary union. The geographic extension of 28 states created a continental union. The 2020 formula created a sustainable plan for an ecological society. But now, frankly, the EU is in limbo. What's required now is a new vision for the European Union that can take us on the next stage of the European journey, and that vision is now unfolding. It's called a smart, green, digital Europe. And this build-out of the smart, green, digital Europe, this infrastructure, is going to engage every industry in all 28 member states. It's going to bring millions and millions of people back to work for 2 generations to build the infrastructure. It's going to help democratize economic life across the EU and partnership regions. It's going to create a more ecological society for our children. Now we need to get there. To understand the crisis and the opportunity, we need to take a look at how the great economic paradigm shifts in history occur. If we know how they occur, we're going to get a roadmap here on what the leadership in this room can do, because you're right here, and every legislature in Europe, what the leadership can do to help chart this next journey for Europe and hopefully the world in the 21st century. When we study the 7 great economic paradigm shifts in history, they actually share a common denominator. At a moment of time, 3 defining technologies emerge and converge to create what we call in engineering a general purpose technology platform. That's a fancy way of saying a new infrastructure that just changes the way we organize economic life. What are these defining technologies that create the new paradigms? Number 1, new communication technologies to more efficiently manage economic activity. Number 2, new sources of energy to more efficiently power economic activity. And number 3, new modes of transportation to more efficiently move economic activity. If you look at all the value chains of the 7 great economic paradigms in history, it's the ability to create new technologies to manage, power, and move economic life across the value changes. That changes the equation. It makes a new world. Let me give you an example. You have to sit down with a photographer. You have to go in the back. Sorry, I'm used to a classroom. 19th century Britain, first industrial revolution. The Brits took us from manual printing to steam power printing. Big leap forward in communication. Then they introduced the telegraph. These communication technologies in Britain converged with cheap coal, powered by a British invention, the steam engine. Then the Brits put the steam engine on rails and created locomotives and national transportation. Communication, energy, transport. 20th century, the United States, second industrial revolution, communication, energy, and transport again. Centralized electricity, especially the telephone, later radio and television. Those new communication technologies converged with cheap Texas oil, powered by an internal combustion engine. And then Henry Ford put everybody on the road with cars, buses, and trucks, national transportation and logistics system. The second industrial revolution took us through the 20th century. It peaked in July 2008. That's when Brent crude oil hit $147 a barrel on world markets. And when that happened, the prices for everything we purchase became so prohibitive that purchasing power shut down in every country that month. Because everything is pegged to fossil fuels in the second industrial revolution: communication, energy, and transport platform. Our pesticides, our fertilizers, our construction materials, our pharmaceutical products, our synthetic fiber, our power, our transport, our heat and light, all moved by fossil fuels. So when oil goes over 100 a barrel, all the other prices go up. At 147 a barrel, purchasing power shut down, and that was the economic earthquake. The collapse of the financial markets 60 days later was the aftershock. We are now beginning to see the long 30-year endgame for a second industrial revolution based on centralized telecommunications, powered by fossil fuel and nuclear energy, and moved by a dumb road and rail internal combustion transport system. We've exhausted the productivity of that system, and that's why when economists lament and they say, why is productivity waning everywhere in the world? That platform from the 20th century is exhausted. We have aggregated energy efficiency at 13%, which is 85% of productivity. Nothing's changed in 20 years. The spike in oil was the wake-up call. Let me share an anecdote. When Chancellor Merkel came into office in 2005, she asked me to come to Berlin in the first few weeks of her new government to help her address the question of how to grow the German economy on her watch. When I got to Berlin, the first question I asked the Chancellor is, Madam Chancellor, how do you grow the German economy or the European economy or the global economy in the last stages of a great energy era where the technologies based on those energies have exhausted their productivity? I don't care what country you live in, China, France, the United States, Senegal, any country that's still operating on this platform 20 years from now, the 20th century second industrial revolution platform, will never, ever move their economies. You can have austerity and market reforms and labor reforms and fiscal reforms, all of which I think are fine. But if you're operating on that old platform in 20 years from now, you are out of the game. So that first day with the Chancellor, I outlined a new convergence of communication, energy, and transport. A third industrial revolution. A digital revolution. At the end of the day, in the evening, the Chancellor privately turned to me and she said, Jeremy, I want this third industrial revolution. I want it for Germany. We will have this in Germany. We are beginning to see a convergence, again, of communication, energy, and transport. The communication internet, we all have our smartphones. The communication internet is now converging with a digitalized, distributed, renewable energy internet and a digitalized, automated, GPS-guided, and soon driverless transport and logistics internet to create three digital internets, a super internet, communication internet, energy internet, transport internet, all digital. These three internets are the kernel for a new platform. That platform's the Internet of Things. Already, billions of sensors are being attached to every single machine and device across the value chain of the economy. We have sensors in the agricultural fields, sensors in the factories, in the retail stores, in smart homes, in smart vehicles, and they're sending data in real time on the economic activity, these sensors all across the value chain, to the insurgent communication internet, the incipient energy and transport internet. This is the digitalization of everything. By 2030, we will have 100 trillion sensors connecting every machine so they can talk to every other machine and every other human being to help us more efficiently manage, power, move economic activity, communication, energy, transport. On the upside here, this is a huge leap forward for the human race. We can begin to see the opportunity of the entire human race up on the Internet of Things platform for a third industrial revolution, directly engaged with each other, eliminating all the middlemen, all the inefficiencies, all of the inequalities that kept production from consumption. And we can begin to think as a human family in all of our diversity engaged in economic life. Now, this immediately raises big questions. Every machine talking to every machine and every human being. How do we protect network neutrality? How do we ensure governments or industries don't purloin this Internet of Things and privatize it for commercial and political ends? How do we ensure data security? How do we protect personal privacy? How do we guarantee creative content? How do we thwart cybercrime and cyber terrorism and the disruption of the system? These are heady political questions that will engage legislators and the public for generations to come throughout this century. These will be the defining political agenda for generations to come. But let's assume right now, this morning, that we will be able, you will be able, with legislative oversight, to address these issues. Here's what this Internet of Things, this digital Europe, is going to allow the European Union and the world. We have 3 billion people connected to the Internet. Pretty soon everyone's going to be connected. I'm working with the new leadership in China. I was just with the Vice Premier Wang Yang. We've been visiting several times. He said, Jeremy, we now have a $25 smartphone. So if you're making $2 a day, you're going to be connected in the next 10 years. So every one of us that's connected to the Internet now with our smartphone, we can go up on this Internet of Things that's emerging. All of us are going to have a transparent picture of everything going on in the economic life of society for the first time in history. Even big companies didn't have this information. This democratizes the playing field. This means anyone with a smartphone has the data at their disposal that every big enterprise in the world has at nearly zero marginal cost. So everybody here in this room has a value chain, whether you're an individual, a family, a small business, a large company, or a government. What that means is all day long in our value chain, we're marshaling economic activity, we're moving it around, we're helping produce goods and services, we're consuming economic activity, we're recycling it. That's the value chains. So if you're a small or medium-sized enterprise or a nonprofit, a cooperative, or a big business or a government, you can go up on this emerging Internet of Things platform and cut out your swath of the big data that you care about in your value chain coming back from the sensors for communication, energy, and transport. Take your swath of data for your value chain, for your institution, and use your own analytics to mine that data. Create your own algorithms with your own apps. It will be simple. And with those algorithms and apps, you on your value chain can, in real time, moment to moment, with your analytics, dramatically increase your aggregate efficiencies at every step of conversion on your value chain 24/7. And the reason you want to do that is aggregate efficiency is 85% of productivity. Aggregate efficiency is the ratio of potential to useful work at every single conversion on the value chain of life. So with their data you cut out, and your analytics, and your algorithms and apps, every single person in the world, every institution can dramatically increase aggregate efficiencies, increase their productivity, reduce their marginal cost, the cost of producing an additional unit of a good or service, to so low, we create a digital Europe, the most competitive market in the world. Some of the marginal costs are going to become so low, they're going to head towards zero, meaning goods and services will be free. They'll be abundant. They'll no longer be in the market. They'll be shared in the new sharing economy. Now, we're hearing a lot about the sharing economy. What is the sharing economy? Capitalism's giving birth. I never thought I'd see it in my lifetime. Capitalism's giving birth. It's an old parent, it's a young baby. And it's giving birth to a progeny called the sharing economy. This is not just a part of capitalism, it's a new system. It's the first new economic system to enter onto the world stage since capitalism and socialism in the 19th century. So this sharing economy is young, it's unformed, but it's a remarkable historical departure. Now, in this case, the parent, capitalism, has to nurture this child, the sharing economy. It's its creature. It has to let it grow, develop, mature, find an identity. But if you're a parent, you know the child transforms the parent. In this case, capitalism is going to be fundamentally changed by the digitalization of the economy that allows for the sharing of some free goods and services. Capitalism will be here in the mid-century, but it's no longer going to be the exclusive arbiter of economic life. It's going to have to share the stage with its grown-up child, the sharing economy, and our young people will have two choices. It's already starting. They can choose exchange in the capitalist market, where the marginal costs still allow for profits. There'll be plenty of that. But they're also going to be able to share on the collaborative commons and produce free goods and services for each other. It's already happening. It's the digitalization, this is important, of communication, energy, and transport that makes this happen. Digital Europe is not simply free Wi-Fi, broadband, and big data. If you think that's it, we're misunderstanding this revolution. It's the digitalization of every aspect of the economy, and at the center, how we manage power and move economic life. We've already seen the impact of near zero marginal cost on the first of the three internets. The communication internet's here. It's 25 years since the World Wide Web. We have 3 billion people now who are prosumers on the web. We still have sellers and buyers. We still have owners and workers. That's not going away. We have 3 billion people with a new category called prosumers. They are producing and sharing on the World Wide Web goods and services for each other at near zero marginal cost for free. They've left the market. Right now, as I speak to you, there are millions of people on the web this morning who are producing and sharing their own music with everyone else at zero marginal cost. If you share your music with one person on the web or a billion, it's still near zero, the cost. We have young people producing and sharing their own news blogs, their own social media. They're producing the education of the world through Wikipedia. They're producing and sharing YouTube videos, no copyrights, with each other, creating new entertainment. And they're taking massive open online college courses taught by the best professors. They're getting college credits, zero marginal cost. If you're a professor, $10,000 fixed cost for the video. Then if you send it to one student or a billion students, the cost is near zero. Some of the biggest vertically integrated industries of the 20th century have gone down in 15 years since Napster, file sharing Napster music. The music industry is a shadow of itself. Television has shrunk. All the kids are producing and sharing entertainment on YouTube. Newspapers and magazines have gone out of business. I'm in book publishing, 45 years. My new book, The Zero Marginal Cost Society, which I hope you all will read, Pirate Bay had my book out before my publishers, and they even had it ranked before Amazon. You can't beat these kids. This is a revolution. We are democratizing entertainment, news, and knowledge. But at the same time, remember I said capitalism's giving birth and has to adjust to its child? We have seen whole industries disrupted, but we have seen thousands and thousands and thousands of new capitalist enterprises and nonprofits emerge on the communication internet to create these shared sites, to manage the commons, and to create the applications. In industry, we thought there'd be a firewall, that while the zero marginal cost phenomena would impact the communication internet and the virtual world, it wouldn't cross over to the physical world of atoms. We thought there'd be a firewall. That firewall has now been breached, as I made clear in the book. The communication internet is now converging in Germany and Denmark and now China. In the last 12 months, China has now followed the lead of Germany. The communication internet is converging now with an energy internet and an automated transport and logistics internet to create an Internet of Things platform, hopefully for digital Europe, on your watch as you legislate this in. We now have broken the firewall, and we now see in Germany millions of people who are producing their own green electricity right now at near zero marginal cost. We're going to democratize energy across the world with renewables in the next 25 years, and now we're seeing the very beginning of a shift to zero marginal cost in transportation and logistics with analytics and driverless transport coming. Let's look at Germany since the chancellor's come in. Germany is now 27% solar and wind electricity. It'll be 35% solar and wind electricity before 2020. It will be 100% all renewable energy by 2040. Why? It's the fixed cost here. The fixed cost of your solar panels and your wind turbines and your geothermal heat pumps. The solar and wind technologies have been on an exponential curve for 20 years. People just don't know about it, just like computing. Now, I'm by far the oldest human being in this room. I'm a World War II baby, and when I was a kid, computers cost millions of dollars. We didn't anticipate the Intel chip, Moore's Law. Every 2 years, we were able to double the capacity, half the cost of computing. Now the computer is $25. We've had a similar curve in solar and wind, and everyone in the industry knows where the wind's blowing, no matter what the public debate is. A solar watt, one solar watt, cost $78 to generate in 1977. $78 for the watt. It's 36 cents this morning. It's heading to zero. It's on an exponential curve. And so while everyone says that we're not ready for distributed renewables, and you can't concentrate them, they have to be distributed everywhere, there are power companies in Europe and North America this morning who have bought and are buying long-term 20-year contracts for solar and wind, not the old fuels, right now, for 4 cents a kilowatt hour because they know the exponential curves. We can measure them. It's the marginal costs that are interesting, though. In Germany, once you put on your thin film, your solar panel, your wind turbine, your geothermal heat pump, the marginal cost right now in Germany is near zero for that energy. 27% of the energy now in Germany is nearly free. The sun does not send a bill over Germany. The wind is not sending a bill over Germany. The geothermal heat coming up from the ground is not sending a bill in Germany. It's near zero marginal cost once you pay the fixed cost. Now, we're going to have to lay out the infrastructure, and those fixed costs don't come cheap. There are 5 pillars to the energy internet to digitalize it. And as I said, at the EU over the years, you have to put all 5 pillars in. 1, feed-in tariffs to get early adoption so you can get lots of people to want to sell back to the grid for premium. You can phase them out in less than 20 years. We've seen it now in Germany and Denmark. Pillar 2, you have to retrofit all your buildings, homes, offices, and factories to make them efficient before you put the technologies on. Because if you turn them into micro power plants and the buildings are leaking, you get nothing. Pillar 3, we have to put in storage because these technologies are intermittent. The sun isn't always cooperating. The wind doesn't always cooperate. The storage is there, it just hasn't been incentivized in scale. We have hydrogen, advanced batteries, capacitors, water pumping. We have them all. We have to incentivize them. Pillar 4, we have to digitalize the electricity grid, put in the advanced meters so that millions of players can send electricity back and forth to deal with peak and base loads. Pillar 5, we have to put in millions of charging stations. Wherever there's a parking meter, a charging station. Plug in your vehicle to the grid, electric and fuel cell, get electricity, or sell yours back. Germany's done very well in Pillar 1 and 2. Lots of people producing electricity. They've retrofitted and equipped 1 million buildings. They haven't done Pillar 3. They got to do it this year, storage. They haven't moved aggressively on Pillar 4, the advanced meters. They're doing okay on the charging stations. I'm working with Germany. I'm in conversation with Sigmar Gabriel. And just 2 weeks ago, Sigmar Gabriel hosted, and Frank Steinmeier, the foreign minister, hosted a global conference. I joined the two of them. We laid this out. We had 61 countries there. This is happening. But even little Denmark is as far along, believe me, which shows you that any country can do this. Who's producing the electricity in Germany? Millions of small players, farmers, consumers, small and medium-sized businesses. They've created electricity cooperatives. They all got low-interest loans from the banks. The banks were happy to give the loans because they knew you would pay back with a premium and with the energy savings. Everyone got the loans. The government didn't have to do this. And now we have millions of small players in Germany producing their own energy. What happened to the big four power companies? And I was with them just this weekend in Germany. We had 60 CEOs in the room. We have E.ON, EMBW, RWE, and Vattenfall. What happened to them in the last 10 years is what happened to the music companies. It's what happened to the newspapers, the magazines, the book publishers. They're out of the game in terms of generating the new electricity. They're producing 7% of it. They were ideally suited for centralized energies, these big global power companies, because they were vertically integrated so they could create really good economies of scale. They really were good. But the new energies are designed to be ubiquitous, but they fall in small amounts everywhere. The sun, the wind, the geothermal heat. They actually favor small cooperatives, electricity cooperatives, who can scale millions of small players, and the amount of energy you get distributed dwarfs little teeny nuclear power plants, little teeny coal-fired power plants, when millions of small players are generating, storing, and moving electricity. This is the democratization of energy. This is power to the people. It's millions of small players today. I will guarantee you, short of a catastrophe we don't know about, in 10 years from now, in your countries, millions of people. In 25 years from now, much of the human race, at very low fixed cost, is going to be producing their own green electricity, are guaranteed, because of the exponential curves. It's going to be as cheap as smartphones in every single developing and developed country within 25 years. We see the curve. That exponential curve is not leaving us. The question is, will we be there with the game or behind the game in the EU? This is now happening. Does that mean that's the end of the power companies? No, we gave them a new business model. The new business model, remember I said capitalism has to adjust to this new sharing economy. The new business model, not tomorrow, but over 30 years, you have to make a long-term transition. Not tomorrow, but over 30 years. And your new job will be to sell less and less electricity. You'll make more money by selling less electricity. The electricity companies will create partnerships with thousands of institutions, homes, offices, factories, and they will manage the data and the analytics of everybody's value chain. And the electricity companies will use that data and analytics to create algorithms for thousands of institutions to help them increase their efficiencies across their value chain, increase their productivity, reduce their marginal cost, and guess what? Those thousands of institutions will share their productivity gains back with the power company. It's called performance contracting. E.ON's moving that way. And I should say in France, where my global team is now doing, some of you know, the layout for Nord-Pas-de-Calais, the industrial region of France. It's 4 billion euros a year, 20 years. EDF has joined us. ERDF has joined us. GRDF has joined us. All the major French companies have joined us. They're not leaving the second industrial revolution, but they're beginning to create the portfolio for the third industrial revolution. It's digital Europe. Communication. Now we digitalize energy. And finally, we digitalize transport. The car was the centerpiece of the second industrial revolution. We built the entire global economy based on the car. But the GPS guidance on the logistics transport internet has changed the game. Now young people with their smartphone can go up on the communication internet, and if they want an automobile, it switches them to GPS, transport and logistics, and they locate a driver within 90 seconds, and PayPal pays. The young generation's moving from ownership of vehicles to access to mobility. That's grandma and grandpa. Ownership are 2 cars sitting in the garage. Starting with the millennial parents and their children and grandchildren, they're never going to own cars again. You're going to see that curve go down over the next 30 years. Owning vehicles will be a hobby. And the reason they're doing this, it's more convenient, it's easier, it's cool, it's the digital generation, it's digitalizing transport. For every car shared, 15 cars are eliminated from production. Now, Larry Burns, some of you remember, was the executive vice president of General Motors till 5 years ago. He just did a study. It's in the book. He looked at a middle-sized city, Ann Arbor, Michigan, and said, we can eliminate 80% of the vehicles right now with the automated transport and logistics, car-sharing internet, the sharing economy. Now think of what Larry Burns, former number 2 at GM, just said. 80% of the vehicles, we can get rid of them now with the new digitalized transport and logistics internet. We have 1 billion cars, buses, and trucks all over the world choking us in traffic. And they're the number 3 cause of climate change. Number 1 is buildings. Number 2, which no one seems to want to ever talk about, is beef production and consumption and agriculture, which is 1/3 of global warming. Even Al Gore won't bring up the subject. I don't even see it in legislatures. Number 2 is shameful, is agriculture, beef production and consumption. Number 3 is transport. If Larry Burns is correct, we're going to eliminate 80% of the vehicles over the next generation. The other 200 million vehicles will be electric. They'll be fuel cell. They'll be operating by near zero marginal cost renewable energy across continents. And they'll be driverless within 10 to 15 years on automated systems. Does that mean the end of the big car companies? No, but they have to change their model to accommodate the new child, the sharing economy. They're going to sell millions of automobiles in the next few years, but as that curve goes down, what's their new mission? They're going to erect and manage the automated transport and logistics internet. They're going to be the Facebooks and Googles of this, just like the power companies are going to manage the energy internet. And the way they'll make money is by helping manage the logistics across the system. If they don't do it, there's lots of other companies that would like to do it. The ICT companies will do it, or the electronics companies. It's the same with the electricity transmission. If the power companies don't do it, the ICT, the electronics companies, construction, there's all sorts of industries that would like to do this. It's going to be a race to how we transform capitalism so it can manage the communication internet, the energy internet, the transport internet, so that the capitalist system can work hand in hand with the sharing economy. What does this mean for traditional industries? If your country can begin to lay out this infrastructure and plug and play into this for communication, energy, and transport at low marginal cost, think of what happens to manufacturing in your country. It's called 3D printing. Now we're going to digitalize manufacturing to connect into the digitalized communication, energy, and transport internet. We've got several million kids now, startup companies, all sorts of enterprises. They're 3D printing. All open source, sharing the software, zero marginal cost. And you know what they're using for their filament? Garbage. Recycled plastic, paper, and metal objects. The cost is near zero, just collect. And they're beginning to power their 3D printers with their own solar and wind electricity off-grid at near zero marginal cost for the printing. And they're beginning to use electric vehicles to send their 3D printed products to market with near zero marginal cost energy from their microgrids. And in 10 years from now, those vehicles are going to be printed with redistributed recycled materials at low marginal cost. The Italians have come up with the first commercial vehicle. It's called the Stratus. It's beautiful, Italian design, what you'd think. And it's being produced now. So, President Obama wants every high school to have a 3D printer, but I can tell you in 10 years from now, every country in this room, all your kids are going to go to first grade with a little $20 smartphone in their knapsack and a little $20 3D printer, no more Lego toys. In the next 10 years, it's going to be that cheap. And they're going to be Skyping in global classrooms, every single kid. And they're going to become as savvy in creating the next generation of manufactured products as their parents, the millennials, were savvy in creating virtual goods. Does this mean the end of manufacturing? No. But increasingly, the big global manufacturers will work with small and medium-sized enterprises because they can more efficiently scale the manufacturing. And they will help aggregate the networks and market the distribution channels. It's a revolution. Where does this leave us? The first question probably going through the minds of the legislators here is, how do we pay for this? The money is there. I've been in a series of meetings with Mr. Juncker's commission, the vice presidents, the commissioners, Martin Schulz, the leadership and the parliament. They're all asking where the money, and I say the money is absolutely in front of you. The European Union in 2012 spent $741 billion in infrastructure, public and private commitment, in a really bad recession year. Every country in this room, you are spending huge amounts of money every year, public and private, on infrastructure, right now. The problem is where the money is being invested. You're investing it in new old, meaning you're investing it in the old 20th century platform of centralized telecommunication, fossil fuel nuclear power, internal combustion transport on dumb road and rail, where we have optimized at 13% aggregate efficiency 20 years ago. There's not a country in this room that's going to move forward and create new opportunities for industry and employment as long as you're throwing all of your money into that old platform. If we simply reprioritize the investment, so 25% of what you're going to spend anyway in your member state goes to the new platform being laid out to digitalize communication, energy, transport, manufacturing, you're there in 25 years. Reprioritize. Do not keep throwing the money into the old system. Let it be stabilized, but move some of it to the new system. That requires legislative oversight. That requires codes, regulations, standards, and operability. That requires the legislatures in this room to take charge and lead, provide a roadmap for all of your communities across your countries in the EU. What does this mean for industry? Every industry will be engaged in this build-out. Telecom companies, cable companies, electricity power and transmission companies, ICT, consumer electronics, transport and logistics, manufacturing, life sciences, and retail, they all have to be engaged in this infrastructure build-out for 40 years. This is going to put millions of people back to work, and it can be tomorrow morning in every region. You just have to make the choice. We have to, in every country here in the EU, transform the entire building stock of your country. We have to refurbish and retrofit every home, office, and factory because we can't put the new renewable technologies on these buildings and make them into power plants if they leak. They converted 1 million buildings in Germany. They had to retrofit every one of them. This will keep the construction industry in your country engaged in every region for 40 years. In Nord-Pas-de-Calais, we're doing 1 million buildings over the next 25 years. That is a lot of employment for semi-skilled professional labor to retrofit, get them efficient, and you immediately pay back with the energy savings. You can't lose on the financial loans from the banks. You can actually measure the savings after the retrofit, and you can pay with the savings. There is no loss. Then we have to take every country here and move your electricity grid from dumb to smart and from servo-mechanical. They're shameful, they're 70 years old, and we have to make them into digitalized energy internets. Who's going to lay down all that underground cable? Semi-skilled and skilled labor. Then you need industries, electronics, ICT. All these industries have to be engaged with the transmission companies to make this happen. Who's going to install all the advanced meters in every building? You're not going to have robots putting the installation of these meters in every single building yet. That doesn't exist. Then in every country here, we have to take your transportation grid and move it from internal combustion to electric and fuel cell, and from dumb to smart road, rail, and water. Who's going to put in the millions of charging stations? Every parking meter has to have a charging station. That's a lot of unskilled, semi-skilled labor. Who's going to lay down the sensors for all the smart road, rail, and water? That's a lot of skilled labor. So we have the opportunity here now to move into a smart, green, digital Europe. Communication, energy, and transport, digitalize them. Then with sensors, make possible the complete digitalization of the economy so a generation of digital young people growing up can access, create new opportunities, create the new businesses of the 21st century. Last thought, and the most important thought of all for me. There's an elephant in the room. And I'm so terrified about what's happening here. Although the book only has half a chapter on this, what's really the problem here, while we sit here day to day with all of our nonsense in the world, is that the human race may not be here in a century from now. I never thought I would say something that sounds so over the top, so melodramatic, but we may not be here. I've been engaged in climate issues since 1980 and the energy issues since 1973, and I got it wrong. How many years is that? 40 years? I kept thinking we had more time. I didn't anticipate, nor my colleagues, the feedback loops that we couldn't model. And every time we see a feedback loop we couldn't model, it moves 10 more feedback loops instantaneously. Here is the issue at stake, and this is why I wanted the opportunity to speak to the leaders in every parliament in Europe, because this is where this is going to happen. What's terrifying about climate change, it's never explained. It changes the water cycles of the earth, and that's what's going on. It is frightening. We're the watery planet. We have developed our ecosystems on Earth over millions of years based on the cloud regimes and the water cycles of the Earth. For every 1 degree that the temperature goes up on this planet from industrial climate change, we're now 2 degrees, what's happening is the heat is forcing more precipitation from the ground into the atmosphere more quickly. We are getting more concentrated water events all over the world. More blockbuster winter snows come to the Northeast in the U.S. last winter. More dramatic spring flooding come to Central and Eastern Europe. More dramatic summer droughts. We're out of water in California, out. Pakistan's out of water, Sao Paulo's out of water. We are seeing more Category 3, 4, and 5 hurricanes from the water cycles devastating low-lying countries, and the feedback loop is moving much quicker than we ever thought. Our ecosystems simply cannot catch up to the runaway water cycle from climate change. That's what you need to tell your constituents as legislative leaders. Then they'll know why this is terrifying for their kids. And they can see it in real time everywhere, all year round. And we're only in 2015. What does this have to do with smart, green, digital Europe, the Internet of Things, and a third industrial revolution for communication, energy, and transport? This plan, all of which is happening somewhere right now, it needs to be scaled, none of it's academic. This plan is the only plan I know that gives us any hope, if we still have time, to address climate change. Everyone's going to December to the Paris climate talks. I'll be in Paris talking with the government leadership tomorrow. And it's going to be a disaster. Because every country is going to those talks in Paris. Their economies are contracting, and then they're being told they need to have benchmarks for CO2 emissions and efficiencies, et cetera, and they see these as punishments because their economies are contracting. What's missing from this global debate is the new economic vision, a new game plan that can move the economy, move industries, move jobs, and at the same time dramatically move us out of a carbon-based society. Then the benchmarks are goals, not punishments. Zero marginal cost is the ultimate metric for measuring ecological footprint. Because if we can, all of us, go up on the Internet of Things platform, all of us, and every day with our analytics and apps find ways to dramatically increase our aggregate efficiencies, it means we're using less of the earth because we're using it more efficiently. That's why we can reduce the marginal cost. We're using less of the rare earths, less of the fuels, less of the metals, That's why we call this a reduction in marginal cost. Then if what we do create, whether it's in the capitalist market or the sharing economy, then we share it. Share the vehicles, share the homes with Airbnb and couch surfing, share the toys with your kids on toy sharing websites, share the tools. Then all of us are sharing over and over again in a circular economy, and none of the things we do produce at low marginal cost goes to the landfill. That's the sharing economy. It's emerging in every country in the world right now, this morning. So we have the opportunity now in Europe to do something. Here is the memorandum I prepared for President Juncker. You have it in your desk. It's 8,000 words. And it's a compilation of all the best practices of how we can do this. It isn't mine, it's all of yours from things that we've seen go on around Europe and the world. Mr. Juncker has seen this. He said to me, I just got a recent correspondence, he said, I read every word of every sentence over and over. This is where we want to head, digital Europe. I've met with the leadership in the EU Parliament. I've been meeting with some of your heads of state. This is where we need to head, and here is the body right here in this room. I don't know how much to plead, but here are the legislative leaders in the 28 member states of this continental union. And I know it's difficult to think big vision and to lay out game plans because every day you have fires and fires to put out. But you need to free yourself, come together collegially across the union, find ways in each country to lay out a roadmap for a digital country, and then find ways to integrate it across the EU, because here is your big golden goose. And here I'll tell you, you've got a golden goose and you're wasting it, you're not feeding it. There's 500 million people in this union. There's 500 million additional people in your partnership regions in the Mediterranean, North Africa. That's 1 billion people. It's the biggest market in the world. Create a smart, green, digital Europe. Forget that it's just broadband and Wi-Fi. That's nonsense. It's all three, communication, energy, and transport, and lead the world into a more democratic ecological society. Bring out the legislation. Let other countries see what you're doing. Put in the roadmaps. If you don't, let me say, and this is a good thing, China's moving. I was quite surprised. I had not done any dealings in China, but the new Premier Li, when he came into office, put out his biography. And up front, in the first few paragraphs, he said he was a fan, had read The Third Industrial Revolution, a book that I wrote a few years ago, and he'd instructed the central government of China to begin to move on this Third Industrial Revolution plan that I'm laying out to you. I've been there on official visits, spending time with the Vice Premier, the Reform Commission, and let me show you how fast China is moving to the German model. After my first visit 2 years ago with the Vice Premier, the China National Grid chairman announced 11 weeks later, $82 billion upfront commitment in the next 4 years, starting this year, to lay out a digitalized energy internet across China. It just started, so that everyone in China can produce their own solar and wind and send it back to the grid starting this year. And they're laying out an Internet of Things platform, communications in, Alibaba, Tencent, and now they want to move to automated transport and join Germany and Europe. Last thought, if you want to think really visionary, you're reading about the Silk Road, the Eurasian Silk Road. Chairman Xi and Premier Li say, why not a new Eurasia Silk Road? The first idea was just a railroad that could cross Europe. But now, as we've had these discussions, it's clear that China wants to create an Internet of Things platform for digital China. The EU, hopefully, is creating a digital platform for digital Europe and green Europe. And now the discussion is shifting to why not work together? Why not create out an infrastructure from Shanghai to Ireland, a Eurasia Silk Road over the next 50 years, so that 66% of the human race can work cooperatively in an integrated market, because you have to share. The geopolitics don't work here. Lay out that Internet of Things, and you have to share the energy, the communication, the transport. You have to begin to see how we can work together as a human family. Yes, this sounds, wow, can this happen? Some of you are young enough, you'll see whether this happens or not. But it's a vision for a younger generation. All your young people under 40 are sitting home with mom and dad unemployed, and they're digital, and they're ready for what I've outlined, and every 16-year-old kid can understand everything I said this morning. We need legislators to be able to tell the story, rally the public, build the base for this, work together to create the legislation, because it's going to be so difficult, so challenging, so uphill, but this is why you're in public life. It's not for the money, that's for sure. People go into legislative life to actually serve the common good. The common good now is saving the human race, giving new promise for our younger generation, taking the EU to the next stage of its journey, digital, smart, green Europe, and it's the legislative leaders in this room that will make this happen. Don't lose the opportunity, don't lose the decade. Thank you for allowing me to spend some time with you.
Ringrazio Jeremy Rifkin.
I'd like to thank Jeremy Rifkin for his very interesting ideas presented. Now let's give the floor to Claude Barthelon, President of the French National Assembly. Wait a sec.
Monsieur le Président, cher Pietro, Madame.
Mr. President, dear Pietro, Madam President, who's had to leave us for urgent business, but I also wish to greet her. Dear colleagues, it's a true pleasure to take the floor after Jeremy Rifkin on the issue of growth, which is at the heart of the challenges which the European Union has to meet today. And I must say that I have a feeling of frustration because we're here as representatives of European Parliament. We've listened to a person with great knowledge who had many things to say to us. But I think there's one thing which we need to bear in mind as European compatriots, having with the diagnosis of the various things which we've heard diagnosis of what we have before us, but a response is being awaited. And before we came to this discussion, we saw the differences there can be between us, even in the interpretation of Article 13. If every time a decision had to be made, we had to refer to renowned intellectuals, of whom Jeremy Rifkin is one, without showing to the people we represent that we can draw consequences from these remarkable analyses, I think that we'd be running a great risk. I'll be quoting a great French author twice during my presentation. I'll be doing for the first time in a few minutes' time. Charles Péguy. Charles Péguy said that in a Kantian approach, Kant has pure hands, but it doesn't have hands. In the analyses we've heard, I hope that the future generations won't be able to say Europeans have clean hands, but they don't have any hands. But coming to our subject today, I'd like to refer to the migratory catastrophe which had occurred in the Straits of Sicily. I know that Italy has to face a great responsibility as being on the border of the European Union, and I would call upon the European Union to act immediately to show solidarity to Italy. Italy cannot be allowed to stand alone in facing these shocking human tragedies. And before I came to this rostrum to speak to you, I heard that a new catastrophe is occurring because another boat with 300 people on board is in distress. It has been reported. We certainly need to rethink our system of receiving immigrants and also establish relations with neighbouring countries in order to avoid the thousands of people dying in the Straits of Sicily being a ongoing shame for Europe, and Europe has to face unprecedented, has been facing an unprecedented financial, economic, social, environmental crisis since 2008. It's not a cyclical crisis, but the end of a certain model of growth. I mentioned Peggy, and I'll be quoting him again because he wrote about what's happening now, I think better than anybody. He said we need to distinguish in history between periods and ages or eras. In eras, one builds the world to come. In periods, we are subjected to changes. We're in a period of era, in line with the deep changes in our societies. Europe is moving away from its peoples, as is shown by the growing diffidence of citizens with regard to European institutions. So we need to face up to the urgent problems in Europe. We have to avoid an economic shipwreck, and we also have to avoid the tempestuous social consequences of a political shipwreck in the Union. The European Union does not have major advantages. It has all the constituent factors which it needs in order to show itself as a major achievement in the history of mankind. The beauty, the diversity, the wealth, the skilled workers, creative workers, and the supportive workers in Europe are outstanding. And this is, we'll be seeing something in this Universal Exposition in Milan. It derives a huge advantage from its single market of 500 million consumers, and the fact that it represents an area of geopolitical stability in a world where new threats have risen. But if you want to avoid global economy and geopolitics to be organized without the European continent, we have to suggest a new model of growth to our fellow citizens. And in this connection, I would like to stress that it's up to us as elected representatives to outline new paths for growth in Europe. Establishing an environment which enhances, a growth-enhancing environment is something which, or growth-enabling environment is something which derives first and foremost from political choices which are established by 28 countries at the Union and 18 countries in the Eurozone. And this is why elected representatives must lead economists, must read philosophers, must read all thinkers. And this is why elected representatives must listen to citizens, listen to workers, listen to people's distress. And after this demanding process of listening, they need to find the political path towards emancipation, which is channeled through growth. 28 countries must return to the origins of the Union and propose a project-based Europe. This project-based Europe must allow us to develop a new model of growth, which has to be sustainable and supportive. Three major areas of action are priorities. The first one is investment. Supporting investments is the gateway to a Europe in the new world which is undergoing a triple revolution: digital, energy and population. The major European projects need to focus on important sectors for the future, the major infrastructures for networks, new technologies and the environment. And we need to respond to the challenge of energy transition, of course. Of course, our 28 countries don't have the same model of energy production, neither do we have the same consumption patterns or the same industrial apparatus. But we do share common interests. We need increasing our energy independence, curbing the cost of energy, combating climate change, reducing consumption and developing new sources of employment are things which need resolute action on the part of Europe. And these ambitions, of course, require financial resources. the 315 billion euros which have been announced to be raised for investments for the future and for SMEs within the plan presented by the new European Commission is something to be commended. But this can only be considered as a first step. If we want to truly respond to Europe's ambitions, the Juncker plan has to be expanded and integrated in order to ensure the development of new sources of growth. Investing means smiling and looking positively to the future. It means taking economic actors by the arm and giving them confidence. Brussels is returning to invest, and we need to build on that. Promoting a project-based Europe means establishing a real European industrial policy. This industrial policy has to be a part of a renewed legal framework which will allow the emergence of European champions, and therefore we need to avoid that certain companies build monopolies at the world level. And therefore we need, in the sectors of this new economy, we need to spark the momentum spark the drive which allowed for the Airbus group to be established. Finally, to ensure sustainable and solidarity-based growth, Europe has to undertake a trade policy which is much more aggressive and which is targeted to promoting our social and environmental norms. It also has to provide itself with a public bank for exports, which we're lacking today, whereas most of our competitors have one. Within Europe, the 18 countries which have opted for the single currency are a vanguard which has a special responsibility in defining paths to growth. And I think that these new paths of growth will not come from new rules, of which we can see the limitations today, but from a political ambition for the Europe of the euro based on greater integration and true solidarity. We therefore, first of all, need to redefine consistency between monetary policy and budgetary policy within the euro area. With the program of quantitative easing, which aims at injecting 1.1 billion euros into the eurozone economy by September 2016, the ECB has certainly done a lot of the work required of it. Even though it began late, its intervention should be commended and also confirmed and strengthened in coming months. This accommodating monetary policy, however, will only lead to results as a result of growth if it is supported by a budgetary policy which aims to maintain future investments and not put a brake on demand. More generally, the coordination of economic policies cannot rest solely on a disciplinary logic, of which we can see the limitations today and the damage. The baton of the European Commission should be used to direct the orchestra, not to wrap people's knuckles. And the exclusively rule-based governance, rather than favoring convergence of European economies, has led to a deepening of gaps in competitiveness, to more divergence in budgetary trends, and the intensification of inequalities. It is the dark side of free trade economics. This disciplinary Europe is always also open to criticism because it's based on a failing and limping procedure. Errors in economic forecast, disputes over the assessment of potential growth and structural deficits, the lack of coordination between the procedures of notice procedures of the European Commission on national draft budgets and the budgetary timetables of national states. There are a lot of obstacles and reefs in the procedure of the European semester which lead to a lack of credibility. Affirming growth within the Eurozone therefore means establishing real coordination between economic policies as a result of a democratic debate on the economic and political choices to be made. And the best way to re-establish growth, cohesiveness and consistency inside Europe is to undertake a quality leap in economic integration. This would have to be in the direction of greater solidarity with the establishment of a fiscal and social union and a budget for the Euro Union, and also establishing real political governance. Last year at our National Assembly, we hosted the French economist Thomas Piketty, and we read his books together with those of Jeremy Rifkin. Piketty has warned us that the scandal of youth unemployment in Europe, particularly in southern Europe, is something which can be addressed if Europe stops basing itself on the single action of reducing deficits too fast, something which lops off public services and increases taxes for middle classes. Piketty has reminded that with this rate of unemployment, that the rate of unemployment 5 years ago was the same in Europe and the United States. The United States was bold enough to adopt a policy of economic flexibility without our rigid disciplinary rules. And he concluded that this rigidity has made the crisis in the U.S. financial sector, turned it into a crisis of European public debt. Therefore, the response has to be political, and it's in our hands. The work towards fiscal and social harmonization, first of all, is a huge job to undertake. We need to combat tax evasion. At the same time, we need to have social protection standards converge in an upward direction so that they're improved generally. I also want to speak of the minimum guaranteed income at the European level, and also greater cooperation among social policies. We have too many public schools in Europe. State schools are not receiving enough support. In the new society which Jeremy Rifkin spoke of, public services are essential. What is at stake? Another thing which we need to do is to provide our monetary union with its own budget. A deeper economic and monetary union in Europe can not occur without political integration. And therefore, the Eurozone should be given its own economic governance with a stable president at its top. And I add that you cannot have a governance of the euro area without a parliamentary extension to it. This is a democratic imperative. At this stage, the Interparliamentary Conference established under Article 13 of the budgetary treaty seems to be the best forum to debate this issue. This establishing it as the first stage for parliaments to be able to ask questions of the major decision makers in Europe on the policies which they carry out, and also express their points of view on the major policies decided in Brussels. Also, we're going to a bit later we're going to be discussing the a draft regulation for this conference, and we need to guarantee our democratic ambition to contribute to a full association between parliaments and the establishment of a new European policy for growth and solidarity. So if there's just one thing I would like to say today, it is the need, I think, to convince my friends from Parliament throughout Europe that the new European society needs solidarity, and that parliaments can be the voice, a political voice which represents this need. Jeremy Rifkin, in his recent works, has foreseen a world in which goods and service are produced almost free, a bit on the following the model of the music industry, a world where citizens would be able to reappropriate the means of production, and the old internationalist dream of a shared economy, a sharing of the common good, of social capital. This is possible if the politics decides it. If there's a general will if the general will which parliaments represent imposes this vision of solidarity against mercantile greed. Jean Jaurès, Antonio Gramsci, Léon Blum, and Carlo Rosselli could therefore again take their place in today's Europe without we being ashamed of representing them and ashamed of what we've done with their promises. Yes, dear friends, I think that we need to build Europe together, having at heart the well-being of the European people, and to be proud and of living our common future, and impatient to see our common future. But I do need to express some of the frustration I feel. We have come together to rather to listen to reports rather than to take decisions. But this is not a philosophical convention. We are speakers of national assemblies, and we have political responsibilities. And what our citizens are calling for in order to see their hope and confidence in Europe restored is that we be able to respond to these expectations. As I said at the beginning when I spoke, we need to listen, first of all. We need to listen to these intellectuals and to these knowledgeable people who help us in our ability to take political decisions. But at some point, our electors will not be asking us for the names of the authors we've listened to or read. They will only asking us the one basic question: what did you decide? What did you do to allow us to be citizens of Europe in the new world which you are outlining? And I'm saying this, dear colleagues, for a reason. I mentioned the important meeting which I'm sure on the invitation of our Italian friends to also debate the issue of nutrition during the Universal Exposition of Milan. We will be coming, and with my friend and accomplice Gérard Larcher, Speaker of the French Senate, will be also trying to organize a meeting of the speakers of parliaments during COP21, COP21, again to make it known to our citizens that we know what climate change would mean for our planet, and what the 3 or 4 degree increase, which a lot of analysts are forecasting, would mean. People have already painted us this nightmare, and if we are meeting, it's also because we understand the importance of this issue for the future of humankind, and that we've been capable of listening, and but we've also been capable of deciding. That is why I think that for future meetings we should not just listen to intelligent and thoughtful people, not just listen to specialists who fully know their areas of investigation, but also show people that speakers of parliaments together can take decisions.
Ringrazio il Presidente
Thank you very much, Mr. Bertolon. And now we can start our debate. We have received 8 requests for the floor. Each speaker will have 3 minutes, starting with Mr. Omiru, Cyprus.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, first of all, allow me to express my shock for the tragedy in the Mediterranean near Lampedusa. It is our responsibility and long last to put words into action and enforce measures that will put an end to these endless tragedies. Dear colleagues, I'm glad that I am given today the opportunity through the discussion of this topic to refer to the economic adjustment programme that Cyprus is currently following. The experience of Cyprus indicates that enforcement of strict austerity measures has no growth prospects. It has brought about high unemployment rates, recession, closing down of business and mass poverty to the most vulnerable groups and beyond. The bail-in solution imposed on Cyprus has led to the collapse of the banking system, with cascading consequences such as lack of confidence in the Cyprus economy, absence of investments, closing down of SMEs on a mass scale, and massive unemployment rate with dire results for the country's social fabric and its welfare system. We need to restore trust in European economies, invest in policies that promote growth and development, create jobs, place the citizens at the centre of the European project, and will eventually pull these citizens out of the vicious cycle of poverty they have been violently dumped in. Strict austerity measures cannot give solutions to the problems currently at hand. The financial crisis gave the European Union the opportunity to correct the structural shortfalls of the Eurozone. The reviews of Strategy Europe 2020 and of the priorities of the European semester for 2015 have shown that the way out of recession is through development. We welcome the Juncker investment plan as a first step, and I'm positive that all member states will introduce those internal mechanisms so as to allow the maximum absorption of funds. As European Union economies urgently need to become more competitive, we need to tackle the root causes of the structural problems that Europe currently faces, like youth unemployment and the ageing of Europe. We need to invest more on research, development and innovation, and on policies that are people-centered. I'm ending. Dear colleagues, I would like to conclude by underlining the need to avoid application of double standards, as was the case of Cyprus and its bail-in. Solidarity should prevail and should be shown in practice for member states facing economic difficulties due to the financial crisis. And this is why we need to show our strong solidarity towards Greece in its current efforts to overcome the dire financial difficulties. Imposing strict austerity measures on their own, particularly to these states, can never be the answer to growth, development and prosperity. Thank you very much.
Grazie. Do la parola.
Thank you. And now I call on President Veljanovsky, Republic of Macedonia.
Thank you. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express my regret for the tragedy on the Mediterranean. The world was taken by the great world economic crisis. Once it finished, the world debt crisis started, aiming to neutralize or at least decrease the negative consequences of the crisis over the lives of the citizens and the overall society. The Republic of Macedonia implemented 4 packages of anti-crisis measures. As first in Europe, it was provided the profit to be taxable only if it is allocated in dividends, and the social incomes and Customs fees were decreased. The anti-crisis measures introduced postponement of the obligations on the basis of healthcare benefits, liberation from taxation of interest rates, postponement of payment of the taxation debt, reprogramming the debt to 36 months, lowering taxations for the farmers by 80%, investment program which envisages numerous infrastructure projects, as well as measures for facilitation of the export of goods. The Assembly of the Republic of Macedonia was actively included in the process of amendment of the legislation needed for implementation of all these measures. Distinguished, the Republic of Macedonia maintains macroeconomic stability with a low rate of inflation, balanced public finances with sustainable level of budget deficit and moderate public debt. Our state successfully faced the challenges arising from the global financial crisis. In the state of crisis, the Republic of Macedonia provided sustained positive growth and increasing of the employment rate. As a result, the unemployment is decreased from 37% in 2004 to 27% in 2014. This growth was provided through the policy of the government of the Republic of Macedonia for support of the economy through capital infrastructure projects and attraction of foreign direct investments. Last year, the construction of 104 kilometers of highway has started. The construction of 3 highways simultaneously is a great challenge, which resulted in engagement of over 1,000 workers. The construction of the highways continues this year as well. In addition to the highways, 5 regional and 1 express road of 83.4 kilometers will be constructed, as well as about 70 local roads with an overall length of 125 kilometers. Additionally, in the area of infrastructure in the Republic of Macedonia, the construction of the railway to Bulgaria and Albania has started, including the reconstruction of the railway stations throughout the state, while investing in new schools, hospitals, energy institutions, industrial zones. Also, a gas infrastructure is being constructed. According to the plans, the gasification of the cities in the state should start next year, and until 2022, Macedonia should have fully built gas pipe network. Aside from the capital infrastructure projects, the attraction investment from foreign commerce in our state is important for the economic growth. In the context, the project for continuous promotion of the Republic of Macedonia as a business destination has started. The Team Macedonia was established in Macedonia, and the main engine of the reforms in all areas implemented in the Republic of Macedonia is certainly the accession in the European Union. The latest EC progress report reads that the Republic of Macedonia constantly progresses in the area of economy. The Republic of Macedonia so far achieved many development projects and activities, and in the future the focus shall be on motivation of the competitiveness, providing better conditions for the local businesses and creation of more and better working positions. The main goal of all reforms is that for the majority of the citizens to use the benefits of the sustainable growth. Thank you for your attention.
Grazie.
Thank you. And now I call on the President of the Spanish Senate, Mr. Posada.
Estimados presidentes.
Esteemed Presidents, colleagues, I'd like to begin my statement by expressing the great sorrow and regret of the Spanish delegation, my own and my colleague, the Speaker of the Senate, for the terrible and most unfortunate events which have occurred in the Mediterranean Sea. This should lead us to become aware of the human tragedy which in many cases accompanies migratory flows, which in recent years have been directed to Europe, and also to remember that we cannot neglect any effort to avoid this kind of case reoccurring. This is something which we must do with great determination. Now, coming to the topic of the discussion today, we need to recognize, I believe, that overcoming this crisis and recovering growth is something which has been allowed by the sacrifice of the citizens of European countries. This has led to the situation improving in most of the European countries we represent here today. And even though the process was very difficult and very harsh, there was a reduction in public expenditure, and thanks to these and structural reforms, we now have more competitive economies. And therefore, there are some aspects for the future which I consider to be of particular interest. First of all, I support the Juncker plan enthusiastically. I think it is going to be an important instrument, but we need to do this properly, because it would be terrible, it would be disastrous for it to be a disappointment for the people who put a lot of hope in this plan. We also support the policies of the ECB, which have made it possible for interest rates to fall, and which in recent months have led to much more active markets. We need to be ambitious in energy market, on the energy sector. We need to create new links, and it is very important, another thing which has been mentioned, that among the goals of the 2020 strategy, there be things which are focusing on a sustainable economy. So we undertake a lot of sacrifices, but we need to continue this policy which we developed in recent years. Thank you.
Now, over to the President of the National Assembly of Hungary, Laszlo Kover.
Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, la Hongrie salue toute initiative communautaire visant à favoriser la création de l'emploi, la création et promouvoir la croissance économique, ainsi que de renverser les tendances d'investissement à la baisse. Nous sommes d'accord avec les objectifs de la stratégie Europe 2020, mais nous trouvons qu'il est important de conserver les objectifs spécifiques dans la stratégie. Nous ne proposons donc pas d'élargir les cercles. Dans la promotion des objectifs de la stratégie, la politique cohésion réformée du cycle budgétaire joue un rôle primordial. La Hongrie salue le paquet, le plan Juncker, et nous supportons également la mise en place du Fonds européen pour l'investissement stratégique. Nous avons l'opinion ferme que le paquet Juncker,
azaz, hogy a projektek kiválasztásának és értékelésének szabályai úgy kerüljenek
already distributed as part of structural and cohesion policies. We need to emphasize the importance of equal opportunities, and the project assessment should be undertaken in the interest of all member states. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it is important to stress that the Hungarian government, in its process of combating the crisis, and the Hungarian government has established structural reforms which are substantial in the area of employment, education and public administration. The Hungarian economy since 2013 has moved towards a more balanced growth model, as a result of which the Hungarian economy in 2014 has performed well above expectations, with a growth of 3.6%. Thanks to these favorable trends, Hungarian GDP has returned to pre-crisis levels. Another positive fact is that the Hungarian development has shown growth and development, maintaining external and internal balance without having to take out loans. This is something which the IMF has recognized. Thanks to this disciplined fiscal policy, Hungary in 2013 is no longer part of the excess deficit procedure. The government debt is stable to below 3%, and the inflation rate and salaries mean that we have a 7.6% unemployment rate. We give great importance to training of workers, and it is important that government economic policy has to be consistent, and this is something which we have done.
Oh. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen speakers, dear colleagues, I have the pleasant mission to thank to our host, the Chamber of Deputies of the Italian Republic, for the efforts submitted for organizing this conference. It's an honor for me to address to you on behalf of the Romanian Senate, and I consider to have a big responsibility in representing in a European framework as chosen MP the citizens of a new member state of the European Union. I want to highlight the fact that even there is a certain perception regarding the new and old states in the European families, the European Union is, with no doubt, a solid construction, able to respond with exit to the competition at global level. It is a generous project that proved its efficiency in promoting the values of democracy and state of law, a project that we wish to have also in the future solid and unitive. We are crossing a period full of events and challenges at the level of the European Union, as also on the international stage. The actual context of regional and international security requires a specific attention from our part and an efficient common answer to the challenges that we are confronting with together. Thus, the first question I would like to address to you, in fact, a question that worries us all, also at the level of the member states as also at the level of the European leaders, and at which we have to find a long-term answer, is related to the existence of a daring and sustainable mission regarding our European future. The economic crisis and the recession period that followed the crisis represented important challenges, and the European Union reacted in order to stabilize the situation and to avoid some catastrophic consequences. We managed to put under control the situation using, in most of the member states, including in Romania, an austerity policy. The austerity measures were maybe inevitable, but we are asking now if these were followed by compensatory measures able to sustain the relaunching of economic growth. Without denying the importance of continuing the structural reforms, we consider that the EU must return to the generous objectives that lie at the basis of setting up and development, without which neither the objectives of the strategy Europe 2020 nor the strategic ones on long and medium term will not be fulfilled, not even partially. We believe that our actions have to be oriented firstly to regaining the citizens' trust in the economic future of EU, and an indispensable condition in this regard is represented by the generating of economic growth and of the places of work. The investment plan launched last year by the President of the European Commission, Mr. Juncker, is a wide one, able to encourage the government as also the business environment to relaunch the investments in the real economy in fields of strategic interest as the energetic infrastructure and the transport, in projects of sustainable environment, and last but not least in education and the activity of small and medium enterprises as measure to compete the unemployment, especially among the young people. I would add that it's also necessary to have a common engagement to reduce the gaps, a premise for a stable, prosperous and more integrated union. A second question refers to the energetic security, and here I would like to emphasize the fact that it's the moment of a decision at European level. We want to assure the energetic security of the European Union overall, or to keep firstly the national objectives or own energetic policies to each member state. The preoccupation for the protection of national economies, the supplying with energetic resources,
are vital aspects for national politics, but we consider that the targets at national level can be reached by assuming a common strategy within the European Union and by creating an energetic union. It is another ambitious project of the EU, project that Romania continues to support. I conclude expressing the conviction that the EU represents a solid construction and the European civilization in its assembly with the complexity of values and traditions, as also with the performances achieved in the sector of technological development and competitivity, offers the fundamental of a sustainable European development. Thank you. Mulțumesc.
Austria, Svalz. Prego.
The President of the Austrian delegation.
Präsident, geschätzte Kolleginnen und Kollegen, die europäische...
Colleagues, the European economy needs growth. What are we doing in order to rekindle the European economy? Now, I'm an entrepreneur. I make picture frames, I trade in antiques, and I'm also the president of the Chamber of Economics, and I represent the industry of Lower Austria. So I am very much aware of the challenges and the difficulties for entrepreneurs, particularly for SMEs. And small and medium-sized enterprises in particular play an important role within the European Union. They are the backbone of the European economy, and in recent years they have proved to be particularly resilient to crises. If we want to promote economic growth, we will have to make sure our small and medium-sized enterprises, but also our large enterprises, are put in a position to do what they are supposed to do as businesses, namely to look after their customers and their business, and not to be restricted by red tape. So what we need is to cut red tape. We need to question the need of bureaucracy, because the leaner our bureaucracy is, the better our performance will be and the greater our economic growth. What is also important, however, is to fight youth unemployment throughout Europe. It is important to show to young people what opportunities they have and to tell them and to show them what talents, what potential they possess, because very often our young people aren't aware of this. And I'm proud of the fact that in Austria we have a talent compass where we are able to show our young people in school what their talents are so that they don't choose the wrong career. It's important to involve parents here as well, to tell parents what their child's talents are and what kind of education and training would be good for their child. So what we need is less bureaucracy, less red tape, and to give young people a chance and opportunities for the future, because we need these young people. We need talented young people. So they have to be supported. We are doing this through our dual system of education in schools and a practical-oriented vocational training in companies. These are things that we are doing. These are things we should do together as a common undertaking in order to have a better economic future for our young people and for our businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Over to the President of the Senate of the Netherlands, Ankie Breukers-Knoll.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've got three remarks to make. First, I want to thank Mr. Rifkin and Mr. Bartolioni for their very inspiring speeches. Mr. Rifkin gave us an insight in the future, which is quite challenging. Then my remarks. The investment plan for Europe of Mr. Juncker is at this moment being discussed in the Standing Committee on Economic Affairs in the Senate and also in discussion by the Standing Committee on Economic Affairs with the Dutch government. That's one. Secondly, we all recognize the immense problem of youth unemployment. It is of the utmost importance that we parliamentarians give our youth a perspective for the future, and that's also a task for our governments. If not, we are confronted with a lost generation and all the problems that this entails. It requires a mix of measurements: education, investment, flexibilization of labor, etc. And the very interesting developments outlined by Mr. Rifkin may present a solution, but I do hope that it will be sooner than later. Thirdly, the digital agenda of the European Union is part of the Europe 2020 strategy. In the Netherlands, we had a major power cut just a couple of weeks ago. Over 1 million households didn't have any electricity at all. But also the mobile phones and radios and all the other media didn't work anymore because cell towers and radio masts didn't have any power. So it is imperative that a digital agenda of the European Union gives ample attention to the digital security. The dependence on systems in our civilization is vulnerable, and I think we should all be aware of that and take the right measures to be exempt from all the things that can happen. Thank you very much.
Grazie.
Thank you. And now I would like to call on the Vice President of the European Parliament, Antonio Tajani.
Presidente.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The two keynote speeches are in line with the European Union's policy, i.e. that of ensuring that 20% of the Union's GDP by 2020 come from the manufacturing sector. This is what has been defined as an industrial renaissance. In other words, we intend to relaunch our real economy, guaranteeing that our industry may be modern, competitive and committed to fighting climate change. This obviously entails a focus on the digital agenda, developing the aerospace sector. The Galileo project in particular has a role to play in order to ensure that the digital market can be effectively overhauled and reformed. What can parliaments do? Well, they can set the necessary rules to support SMEs, as the Austrian delegate said, but there have to be fewer rules if that means bureaucracy. We have to guarantee that there is easier access to credit on the part of SMEs. Initiatives must promote the development of venture capital. We support, obviously, the European Central Bank's quantitative easing policy. We also, however, require that the cost of energy come down. We know that European industries are less competitive because of the high cost of energy. As Mr. Bertolon said in his remarks, we have different rules with respect to other parts of the world, and we know that the environmental policy requires consensus in order to achieve attainable objectives on the part of industries. On a personal note, and I'm not speaking here in my capacity as Vice President of the Parliament, we also need to change the rules of competition. Competition is a value, but we have to update the existing rules so as to ensure that Europe and European enterprises may be truly competitive. We also need greater tax harmonization, and as Mr. Rifkin pointed out, when it comes to the digital agenda, we must also safeguard copyright. We have to protect the work of content providers. We have to differentiate so that there is no one dominant player. We mustn't allow a violation of market rules. And as we know, infringement procedures have been initiated against Google in order to safeguard enterprises in Europe. This is the commitment that we must undertake to promote, because otherwise we'll never overcome the crisis. Thank you very much. And now I call on the President of the Greek Parliament, Zoe Konstantopoulou.
Thank you very much. Looking at the title of this session, Europe Beyond the Crisis, New Paths for Growth, I feel the imperative to say that paths for growth in Europe cannot pass over human beings. Paths for growth in Europe cannot bypass democratic procedures. Listening at the two keynote speeches, Mr. Rifkin first and then Monsieur Bartolone, I thought of an experience we had in Greece during the last years. In November 2013, the Prime Minister of the time, Mr. Samaras, promised the Greek people free Wi-Fi for all. A month later, a young girl of 10 years old died in her place out of lack of heating. It was unveiled that she had been living with her mother, a migrant from another state, for months without electricity. It was revealed that more than 300,000 households had been living without electricity for months or for years, and thereby I would say it is a parallel experience such as the one described by our Dutch counterpart. I would like to join Monsieur Bartolone in stressing that the decision-making powers of parliaments as a genuine expression of the will of the people should be reaffirmed by this conference, because parliaments are the most apt and the most legitimized to take decisions which affect human lives, to take decisions which affect the people. No parliament would have ever taken a decision which would sacrifice human lives, and yet austerity measures are promoted by executive powers and required to be voted upon on an extortionate manner, basically not considering the fact that what is being sacrificed is human lives, but also our European soul. We will have, of course, the opportunity to discuss this in the next session, where I have the honor to be a keynote speaker, but I would like to stress the importance that when we speak about growth in this conference, we remind ourselves that we speak about growth on behalf of the people. Thank you.
Grazie. Thank you. And now, the President of the Bulgarian Parliament, Sacheva, has the floor.
Dear colleagues, today's discussion no doubt provides us with an opportunity to take a look at the new paths towards a sustainable, smart and inclusive growth. Our joint efforts to overcome the consequences of the crisis are indicative as to how well we manage to mobilize resources, change institutions and assess the risk we face. The European response to the crisis has taken content in the form of investment plan for Europe, the Juncker plan. While the chosen avenues for development are giving visible results, the process of rethinking our experience and search for innovative solutions should be carried on. I am categorical that we have to review and update the Europe 2020 strategy. 10 years after signing the accession treaty and after 7 years of fully-fledged membership in the European Union, Bulgaria is an active participant in the process of making and implementing decisions. Our experience shows that in order to achieve sustainable growth, we need to deepen the economic cooperation between the EU member member states. What we need today is development based on all-round partnership, full-fledged partnership, and joint economic initiatives. A relatively small part of the total European GDP comes as a result of joint ventures, mutual investment, and smart specialization. The European industrial policy can contribute to this end by developing tools to attract accompanying private investment. Further steps to ensure sustainable growth could be made at deepening the internal integration of the European Union. In this respect, Bulgaria is interested in increased European investment in high technology, organic farming, and territorial development, coupled with environment protection and improvement. Among other things, that would be a substantial contribution to the joint effort to tackle the high levels of unemployment and generating high-quality, environmentally sustainable new jobs, especially for the young people. It was with enormous interest that I listened to the presentation of Professor Rifkin, who no doubt has given a long-term perspective, and we are compelled to work together for achieving that perspective. Until then, however, we have to take into account the realities in our national countries, the capacities available within the European Union, and we cannot stand up and wait for the bright future to take place. Until then, obviously, we have to do a lot of work until that future comes. And in conclusion, I would like to stress that what we need is consolidation and joint effort within the framework of our union. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I'd like to ask the speakers whether they would like to take the floor. If so, please, I'd appreciate whether you could speak within a 3-minute time limit. Does Claude Berthelon wish to say something?
Just very quickly, so that I don't add to our delay. I think that people have spoken to the points which I brought up. On the one hand, the need was expressed to improve coordination of our policies. But beyond the technical coordination of our policies, we can now see that there's an absolute need to coordinate our action in order to prepare this year. Jeremy Rifkin announced to us with his recognized knowledge the new world we're entering into unavoidably. We all know that we're going to be faced by this environmental challenge with global warming. It's something which is unavoidable. The European continent cannot simply be an onlooker of globalization without doing something itself in the area of economy and industry. We know that we're going to need to respond to the problem of youth unemployment. We've seen that in the comments made that for the time being we're commenting on the situations in our countries rather than finding common solutions. I hope that in the coming discussions and in our future proceedings in 2015 we will be helping each other to show our peoples that we're not just there to forecast the difficulties which will exist and the hopes on the horizon, but to help them with the decisions which we take together.
Dear colleagues, I would like to thank all of the speakers and all of the participants who have taken the floor. First of all, it appears that the economic crisis is not over yet, and the signs of recovery, albeit encouraging, do not indicate that there is a clear reversal of this trend. I also wish to add that the general feeling is that the response to this crisis has not been timely enough and has focused excessively on strengthening the banking sector as opposed to identifying new effective instruments to relaunch growth, development and to support the labour market. We very much hope that the Juncker plan, which aims to mobilise at least 315 billion euros in the form of public and private investment over a three-year period, may be realistic and achievable. It is our hope that the projects within the plan may have a uniform effect and do not end up by further worsening the situation in the countries hardest hit by the crisis. We also hope that the instruments in support of the Juncker plan may guarantee that the financing may have a very effective impact on the real economy in contributing to decisive improvement in the national European context. I think we can welcome the non-conventional monetary policy measures illustrated by Mr. Draghi, although he warned that a commitment on the part of national governments must pursue cost reduction and decrease in tax pressure, as well as a significant improvement in the conditions in which corporations operate. Finally, the 2020 strategy needs to be reviewed and reformed in the light of the interesting presentations that have focused on the role of innovative enterprises, on how to enhance our environmental commitment and developing policies to requalify urban areas and to develop smart cities. Within the framework of our discussion on new models of growth, in summary, it can be claimed that the European Commission's communication finally enables us to achieve a right balance between the need to safeguard economic stability in the Eurozone on the one hand and the individual member states, and on the other to adopt virtuous measures at a national level in order to relaunch investment and growth. Italy has always believed in the need to pursue a new balance between economic stability, structural reform and measurements for development and growth. Finally, I would like to reiterate our commitment. In June, we will be holding a high-level parliamentary seminar organized together with the OECD, and we invite you to take part in this initiative, sending delegations from your parliaments and mobilizing, first and foremost, your national focal points at the OECD, because I'm sure that they will be keen to participate within this seminar. We will continue to discuss reform, growth and development, and I'm confident that an open discussion as the one we've had today, institutions and parliaments will be able to develop the necessary groundwork and achieve the necessary awareness to ensure that Europe can once again be seen as a source of potential growth, and hopefully citizens will express their confidence and support in Europe. Thank you very much. And now lunch will be served at the Sala della Regina. We'll be starting at 3, so that our colleague Murnez will be able to talk about the prospects of the presidency, and I would like to invite you, therefore, to be back here on time so that we can start at 3 sharp.
Allora, colleghi e colleghe, ricominciamo i nostri lavori e riprendiamo
Dear colleagues, we need to start our afternoon session with a short presentation by our colleague Inara Murnice, President of the Latvian Parliament. She'll be illustrating the outlook for the Latvian presidency, and I would like to give her the floor. Thank you.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, first of all, let me express our deepest sorrow over yesterday's tragedy in waters next to the island of Lampedusa. During these days in Rome, we are discussing the most topical issues of the EU agenda. We will debate not only on how to boost growth in Europe, but also matters of urgency, how to tackle immigration and trafficking. The same issues occupy us in Riga, as currently Latvia holds the presidency in the EU Council. Let me briefly inform you about our activities. We are already more than halfway through our presidency. Our three priorities are more safe and secure Europe, competitiveness and growth, digital Europe and engaged Europe. As regards competitiveness, we have found a common approach to European Fund for Strategic Investment. We look forward to the fund becoming operational this year. A strategic step to enhance the competitiveness in Europe is to build the energy union. We are glad that this ambitious initiative was launched in Riga. In March, the Council set concrete steps towards inclusive labour markets, such as quality jobs, adequate income, and career opportunities. Dear colleagues, the Latvian presidency coincides with a critical time in history. Whether we like it or not, Russia's aggressive behavior has become our daily concern. Likewise, both in the south and the north of Europe, we face risks related to migration, terrorism, and radicalization. The Latvian presidency immediately reacted to terroristic attacks in Paris, Belgium, and Copenhagen. We updated our agenda and the list of our top priorities. Now, let me turn to migration issue. Yesterday's events in the Mediterranean once more remind that there is increasing instability in our neighborhood. There is a need for speedy EU action. The presidency welcomes today's joint meeting in Brussels of EU foreign and interior ministers. We welcome the Commission's commitment towards developing a new migration agenda. At the same time, we would like to request the Commission to swiftly propose additional allocations to Frontex. Also, the Commission should come up with a proposal to fight against human trafficking. Additional resources should be allocated to countries receiving migrants. Options should be explored for setting up full-fledged search and rescue operations of the EU. We support Italy's proposed declaration on strengthening rescue operations in the Mediterranean. Dear friends, in the EU neighbourhood, we also stress the partnership and integration. During our presidency, we have put our Eastern partners, Central Asia and EU enlargement, in spotlight. The review of the European neighbourhood policy has been launched. Today, we acknowledge that the unity of the EU is being tested. Our solidarity and joint action against Russia's hybrid warfare in Ukraine is a part of our way forward. The unity of the EU has been maintained during the Latvian presidency. We all agreed that sanctions must remain in place until Russia delivers on its commitments under the Minsk agreements. We will continue to insist on complete implementation of the Minsk agreements. And we will do what it takes to ensure that the Eastern Partnership Summit in Riga in May reaffirms the EU commitment to the region, despite ongoing disturbances. The work on Riga Summit Declaration is in progress. We believe the declaration should provide ambitious, forward-looking perspective to our partners based on their individual aspirations. Dear friends, the protection of fundamental rights has special value at a time of growing international conflicts. Our citizens should feel greater security. In response, the Commission is planning to present its proposal for the revised internal security strategy, and we will strive to adopt it in the Council by June. The discussions during the Defence Ministers' meeting in Riga also attested to the urgent need to update the external security strategy. We expect the High Representative to start reviewing the strategy. As we live in the shadow of hybrid warfare threats, we need to address the ongoing disinformation campaigns. Therefore, we are glad that the High Representative will prepare an action plan on strategic communication by June. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize that our presidency will continue to work hard to advance our common EU agenda. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Let's open now the second session dedicata al tema dei
which focuses on the issue of fundamental rights, which has been addressed in a number of initiatives during the Italian semester. We believe that this is an essential issue for the future of the European Union. And we also believe that the safeguard of fundamental rights and freedoms and the rule of law are the very basis for European integration, as is seen in Article 2 of the Treaty on the European Union, which precedes articles on the single market and other European policies. So I think its position also marks the importance accorded to it. The European Union, dear colleagues, is an area which guarantees the highest levels of protection of fundamental rights. And the awareness of this is of paramount importance in assessing future initiatives which can be undertaken to respond to the new challenges which present themselves with increasing urgency in relation to our internal situation, also the international scenario. The distressing news which have filled the media in recent months, and the images on our screens of terrorist attacks, some at the heart of Europe, and also the images of cruelty in conflicts on the borders of the European Union, I think call to all of us to undertake initiatives to adapt the current legislative and regulatory framework in these areas. I also believe, dear and esteemed colleagues, that we cannot continue to underestimate the dimension of the tragedy which is occurring in the waters of the Mediterranean, in which hundreds and hundreds of people are losing their lives in their attempt to reach Europe, and almost always to seek protection. While we speak, there are 2 further rescue operations which are underway. Boats with hundreds of people aboard, and we've heard this morning that another boat has sunk, in addition to the vessel which went down with apparently 700 people dead. This is a incessant series of tragedies which we cannot turn a blind eye to. And in the declaration which I asked you to adopt, there was a reference to the death toll in the first 3 months of this year. On that declaration, in the declaration which I sent out to you, there's a number. It's 350. That number is no longer right. That number is now 1,500, and there may be more as we're talking. Clearly, we're facing a situation which is no longer sustainable. And not only do we need an overall review of European policy on migration and asylum, but we also need to relaunch resettlement programs which exist, but which do not have the required support, resettlement in transit countries. And in addition to this, we need to undertake urgent action to prevent the reoccurrence of these huge tragedies which we are seeing almost on a daily basis, and to rescue those who set out on the Mediterranean in seek of protection from drowning. And the awareness of the unique value of the European experience should not lead us into the mistake of adopting solutions which are based on emotions and which may undermine the level of protection in the European system and the constitutional safeguards in the member states. We are therefore called upon to look at 3 aspects. We're called upon to assess whether initiatives recently deployed are adequate to assure the comprehensive respect of fundamental rights on the part of member states, in the possibility that they are serious and systematic infringements. We are also called upon to see whether the announced new strategy for internal security can become an opportunity to strengthen police and judicial cooperation in order to make activities to combat terrorism, cross-boundary crime and trafficking in human beings more effective. And we're also called upon to assess whether the drafting of an agenda for immigration can finally give the European Union all the tools it needs to build a truly common asylum system with border control systems which can avoid the tragic death of so many people at sea, and management policies for migratory flows which are based on criteria of equity and solidarity, which are foreseen in the treaties. And Professor Rifkin smoked a lot about the digital sphere this morning, and so we're also called upon to say whether the current legislation and regulations on the digital sector can combine the needs to allow and foster market growth without undermining the protection of personal data and protecting weaker individuals. And also whether we need to see whether we need to plan further initiatives to make action to combat discrimination and crimes of hate more effective. So, as I said, we need to see whether we got enough initiatives underway to combat discrimination. The session will be opened by Jean-Claude Bonichot, who's a judge at the European Court of Justice, who will be able to report on the positions taken by the court, which has made over the years an essential contribution to consolidate and develop European laws in this area. Then we'll be listening to our colleagues Di Bartolomeo, President of the Chamber of Deputies of Luxembourg, and Zoe Konstantopoulou, President of the Greek Parliament. And then our final speaker will be Morten Kjærum. Having been director of the FRA, Fundamental Rights Agency, in which position he attended a number of meetings during the Italian presidency, and he now is the director of the Raoul Wallenberg Institute. I'd like to ask speakers to keep to 12 minutes at the most. After those, we'll be listening briefly to colleague Gérard Larcher, who's president of the French Senate and who had previously, which we will be opening our discussion. For the discussants, the time for each of the discussants will be based on the amount of time which is available after the main speakers have taken the floor, and such as to allow them to reply. So those who wish to speak during the discussion should fill in and hand in the forms which have been provided. So I'd like to give the floor to Jean-Claude Bonichot, who's judge at the European Court of Justice.
Grazie, signora Presidente. È un di parlare nella Camera.
Thank you very much. It is a real honor for me to speak at the Italian Parliament, following the kind invitation received from the Chamber of Deputies. My colleague, Professor Paolo Mengozzi, was meant to speak this afternoon, but he has unfortunately not been able to join us, and I've been asked to speak on his behalf. And, Madam Speaker, I was hoping to be able to speak in Italian, but I'm afraid that I did not have enough time to draft this paper in Italian. I'm really sorry, but I'm going to have to switch to French.
Comme vous l'avez dit tout à l'heure, Madame.
As we heard earlier, as was pointed out by Madam Speaker, the Court's contribution to the protection of fundamental rights has indeed been fundamental. The debate on fundamental rights currently is obviously linked to the adoption of the Charter of Fundamental Rights by the European Union. And we know that this means that it is on a par with other treaties following the entry into force of the Lisbon Treaty. We should not forget, however, that in the late 60s, and to be precise, in 1969, for the very first time, the Court stated that safeguarding fundamental rights was part of the rights that the Court was called upon to protect and safeguard. We might have forgotten this, but I'm sure that the members of Parliament present here will remember what happened during Christmas when there was a surplus production of butter during that season. And we know that during that period, there was a request to obtain this excess surplus butter, and that was maybe the trigger which initiated this process. And then in 1979, the Court listed the principles which are to this day relevant on this topic, without necessarily the coming into force of the Charter, but even prior to this. In this ruling, the Court stated that the protection of fundamental rights is part of the heritage of the shared heritage of that of the members of the European Union. So the member states of the community and then the union were not allowed to adopt legislation that was against the fundamental rights as recognized by the international instruments that the member states were parties to. And the court, over 35 years ago, in 1979, stated quite clearly that fundamental rights are not absolute prerogatives, and that there could be restrictions provided that they were proportional in the general interest. And in the same decision in 1979, the court stated that not only were the institutions to respect fundamental rights, but so were member states when they implemented and transposed EU legislation. And this brings us to the wording of Article 52 in the Charter of Fundamental Rights. The court stated that when member states had some leeway in implementing EU legislation, they had to ensure that all of their action was compliant with fundamental rights. And that obviously rights had to be upheld. Subsequently to this, the European Court added two other important elements. Firstly, it is not possible to rule on the lawfulness of an institution's act making reference to what's regulations and legislations of a member state in its legislation or in its constitution, because this would be against the principle of the primacy of community legislation, and therefore it is fundamental for institutions to fully comply with the respect of fundamental rights. I'd like to move on to the subject of the Charter, if I may. And I will dwell upon this because I'm sure that this is something that you expect with respect to the opinion that was handed down only a few months ago in December 2014, whereby the Court of Justice established that given the current status of the membership instruments negotiated, these were not compatible with the treaty. Just a few words about the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union. This is a comprehensive, far-reaching text that is even more so with respect to the European Convention on Human Rights. It consists of 54 articles covering not just traditional rights, but it also covers other rights that are of huge relevance in contemporary society. This morning we addressed this topic, i.e. respect for privacy, the rights that pertaining to our modern communication society, and then there is a whole part of the Charter that deals with social rights. However, we need to be wary of any misjudgment based on incorrect perspective. The European Union's Court of Justice, with the adoption of the Charter, has not become a human rights court. In other words, we're not a European Court of Human Rights. We do not consider ourselves as a European Court of Human Rights. We consider ourselves rather as a court that is akin to the constitutional courts or the civil or administrative courts of last appeal, as we have in Italy with the Corte Costituzionale, the Corte di Cassazione, or the French Cour de Cassation. In other words, we see ourselves as invested with enforcing legislation, first and foremost, and not just principles. And in so doing, it must ensure that fundamental rights are respected, as is true of jurisdictions at a domestic level. And the incidence of the European Union's charter is not because of that limited, because this charter applies, to use a technical expression, to all of the scope of EU legislation. And whenever states implement so-called union legislation, and I hope you'll apologize if I still talk about community law and European community in my remarks, and I think this is even more appropriate given the fact that the Lisbon Treaty has aimed precisely at communitizing the various aspects that in the past pertained exclusively to domestic legislation. And therefore we can claim that the Charter is valid in all those cases in which we're talking about human rights. The Charter renews our, let's say, debate on the relationship between the Luxembourg Court and national courts, and in particular constitutional courts. With respect to this aspect, the European Union has expanded its scope considerably, as we know. Any area of interest can come under the Charter of Fundamental Rights, and one must obviously ensure that the court is not forced to intervene in such a way as to, in a manner of speaking, deprive national courts and national jurisdictions the possibility of developing their own case law. And that is why in 2013 the Court of Justice handed down two important decisions within the framework of which, and I won't go into the detail, we find significant aspects. First, the Okerberg-Frankson ruling, and in this case the problem was that of VAT fraud, and the issue at hand was to establish whether it was possible for an individual to be subjected to criminal and administrative penalties at the same time. The court stated that when it is not possible to apply the union rules in their entirety, the matter is under the jurisdiction of national legislation and the national judiciary, and obviously this means that the protection of fundamental rights is to be guaranteed, provided that obviously this is not counter to the primacy of European law. And this was a case that was referred to it by the Spanish Constitutional Court. And the question was basically that of establishing whether the Spanish Constitutional Court was to apply its constitutional principle, and whereby an individual who is to be judged if found guilty in absentia must appeal in the country in which this was initially decided. And the court, and I will end on this note, made reference to the European arrest warrant in that respect. And the regulations, the rules were quite clear in that respect. There was no possibility of retrial. The states had modified their decision on the European arrest warrant, and therefore the Spanish Constitutional Court stated that there was no case for the enforcement of the constitutional principle. I would like to end by making reference to the opinion of the court on the 18th of December last with respect to the possibility of the European Union being party to the Convention on Human Rights. I'm ready to answer any questions if there are any later, but I would like to point out that in that opinion, the court simply applied the treaty. The treaty provides for the possibility of the Union becoming a party to the Convention, Article 6, but, and we've forgotten this, there's a protocol number 8, which is equal standing as the treaty. There are a number of conditions which are very clearly indicated. The court states that given the current state of things, the conditions are not in place, and therefore this warrants a negative opinion. So my question is whether this prevents Europe from acceding to the Convention. Not at all. This simply means that the matter has to be readdressed, and that matters that are still pending must be tackled. Thank you very much. I'm sorry if I've taken up too long. Thank you very much for your remarks. And now I would like to call on Mars Di Bartolomeo, President of the Chamber of Deputies of Luxembourg. Over to you.
Cara Presidente.
Dear President, it is a dream come true to be able to speak with an Italian surname in the Italian Parliament. Thank you, Laura. And I'll now switch to French because my Italian only gets good after my second glass of a good Italian wine. Thank you, Madam President, for selecting this topic, which is very much in line with the dramatic events at our borders, and means that we cannot just speak about fundamental rights, but we need to be able to apply them. We know that fundamental rights are indivisible and do not stop at our borders, particularly if they concern the lives of hundreds and thousands of people. The respect of fundamental rights, like the inviolability of human dignity, life to right and freedom, right to expression, right of speech, right to free speech, right to education, to work, social protection, civic rights are a core on which the rule of law rests, as well as democracy in the European project. These rights are the result of a long process of civic, legislative and judicial development. However, they're not set in stone, neither are they poured in concrete, but they're exposed to continuing risks. It is therefore up to democracies to protect, strengthen and promote these rights within the European Union and beyond it. I've just noted with satisfaction that our wish to for accession to the Convention of Human Rights is not being blocked, and it is possible to unfreeze this proposal, and it's something which we attach great importance to. As legislators, national parliaments are the makers of the national provisions to protect and ensure fundamental rights. In order to promote the respect of these rights at the European level, parliamentary diplomacy has an essential role to play. Therefore, we have a major responsibility, which is a shared responsibility with the European Parliament, with governments, and with the judicial institutions, both national and international, Council of Europe, and with its Parliamentary Assembly, which I would like to congratulate on its excellent work. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, after the attacks in Paris and Copenhagen, fanatics who are, I would call, base criminals, blindly killed people in Tunis, just a few yards away from the parliament of a country which had just affirmed its will to establish democracy. Through their hate crimes, the enemies of open society attack pluralism, the discussion of ideas, dialogue between cultures, freedom of speech, and all freedoms. How can we respond to these attacks against our values? The French authorities reacted brilliantly in showing their determination to combat the criminals and at the same time show their solidarity with victims, and they took a very clear position and to protect our values, and they were followed by millions of people in Europe. In these serious days, the law enforcement forces have also honoured their engagement in the service of the rule of law. Even these attacks have impacted us grievously, and even though we cry for the victims, journalists, policemen, hostages, we're convinced that Kalashnikovs and their bullets cannot break down our values, and we will avoid the trap set by the terrorists. As you know, as of the month of July, the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg will be holding the presidency of the Council of the Union. Luxembourg will be among those who strive for a balance between freedom and security. We, with a new internal security strategy, law, battling content promoting extremism on the internet, battling against financing of criminal actions, and against the illegal arms traffic. It's, however, important to understand that we won't be able to re-establish European security simply through these measures. In the long term, it will be the international geopolitical context which will lead to the disappearance of the bitterness which feeds extremism. And therefore, I believe that the Union, our governments, must urgently take action on the diplomatic front in order to speed up the process of peace in the Near East, which represents a key element in the context. Beyond security dangers, I believe that issues of protection and of data, personal data, are equally at the heart of the concerns of the European citizens. Public opinion is unsettled since it is found that internet giants have provided personal data to domestic authorities and authorities outside the Union. Online services are an integral part of the daily life of so many people, and they cannot live with the suspicion their private life is impaired by giant databases which are accessible with one click. And therefore, I hope that the Council will be able to move forward in the reform of data protection measures, and the Commission will present soon a new directive on data protection for personal data after the 2006 directive. Another important issue is the parliamentary division of services, which sometimes take over things they shouldn't deal with. The principles of independence were developed, and in the Convention, European Convention of Rights, they have found these values being enshrined. But this is also the where totalitarianism developed, leading to the repression of liberties, and which unleashed war, which cost the lives of dozens of millions of people throughout the world. The European Union is the fruit of the work of generations to prevent the horror repeating itself. Today, the Union has the opportunity to have as the luck of being a haven of peace, but the situation is very different, and we should not be bystanders, and we must manage these issues actively. The terrible things which we've seen in also encourage us to act in the tragedy of the people who flee poverty and lose their lives crossing the seas. I think that the challenge exists before people set out on sea. I'm referring to a Libyan tragedy, for example, just across the sea. And here I pay tribute to the measures taken by Italy, particularly in the Mare Nostrum operation to and if there's one thing I can express as a wish, I would really like actions to take the example of Mare Nostrum and act fashion. However, continuing dramatic events at sea, our current engagement is not enough to strengthen deployment. And the role of national in over this activity should be extended and deepened. On this Friday, in Parliament examine the question and encourage the Foreign Minister to make a priority for the Luxembourg presidency of the Council. Secondly, this Europe is most exposed to the arrival of migrants and to asylum seekers often see their responsibilities flooded. And what answer can be provided in order that migrants' rights are ensured, whatever their place of reception and whatever the constraints which exist? So in order to face obviously, there has to be wider and broader European solidarity. We need to establish common rules which mutual confidence and ensure the rights of asylum seekers. Madam President, you have 2 minutes, says the President. Very well. The development of the common market has very the importance of establishing fundamental social rights. And I come to the final part of my presentation, which refers to social rights within fundamental rights. We have definite rights in order to employment, social protection, and social dialogue, but also to improve working conditions and ensure treatment for men and women. This is why the treaties social rights as established by the European Charter and the Charter on Fundamental Social Rights. In order to enshrine solidly in the policy, these rights have also been reprised in the Charter of Fundamental Rights. However, it's clear that the crisis, of which we still see the consequences, has impaired the achievement of social goals and has led to a flagrant imbalance between economic and financial requirements on the one hand and social priorities. While the Union has committed itself to combat exclusion and recognize the rights to social aid, the number of people who are poor or face the risk of poverty or social exclusion has increased greatly during the crisis. We find ourselves very far from the goals of social inclusions which are promoted in the 2020 strategy. This situation is not acceptable. The social rights must be integrated into material progress in the everyday lives of people, and this will be in promoting the support of our citizens for the European project. We have to re-establish, therefore, the balance between social aspects and economic and financial aspects. It is something which we cannot evade. I will be concluding. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that the protection of fundamental is one of the major challenges which we have inside and outside the Union. It is indispensable for all citizens to enjoy the freedoms which they are entitled to without this. If there is still a feeling, even if a feeling of security extends, we parliamentarians to vigorously defend the common platform of human rights and which the rule of law and our parliaments rest, and therefore members of parliament, I conclude, have to be given resources to assess the impact of new laws on our fundamental rights and facilitate the implementation of systems and a regular monitoring system, and also to oversee the independence of justice, freedom of the press, speech, and also the networking of institutions which we share the same values.
Thank you very much, Mr. Di Bartolomeo. Now I would like to call on Morten Kierum, Director of the Raoul Wallenberg Institute. Over to you.
Thank you very much, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the invitation to come here today to address this key topic, which is so profound for the further development of Europe and the full adherence to the core values of the European Union as they're laid down in the Treaty Article 2. The values, as we have heard, are being challenged. They're being challenged by the attacks that we saw in Copenhagen, that we saw in Paris earlier this year. They're also being challenged by the fact that Europe is the region of the world which has the most deaths at its borders. We have just heard today again. We're also challenged by the increased racism, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism that is a reality throughout Europe today. Finally, the value is also challenged by the disrespect in certain member states for basic rule of law principles. The challenges are there, but so are a number of instruments that have been developed in the last decade, which have to some extent created a robustness both in the EU as well as in member states. The fact that the Charter of Fundamental Rights became legally binding in 2009 created a renewed fundamental rights momentum. It has led to a much stronger mainstreaming of fundamental rights aspects into all EU legislation, policies and strategies. It has given the Commission the possibility of opening infringement procedures addressing fundamental rights violations. And in this regard, as we also heard from my colleague, it's worth mentioning that since 2010, the European Court of Justice, as well as national courts, have increasingly applied the Charter of Fundamental Rights. So we see this mainstreaming. And of course, a lot more could be said in relation to steps that have been taken. But let me just mention also the establishment of the EU Fundamental Rights Agency. Because the agency has, since it was established 8 years ago, created or deepened our insight into some of the challenges that I just mentioned. So we actually today, and you as decision makers, have a much deeper understanding of some of these, you could say, old phenomena, but today we have broken it down into some, let's say, compartments where we can address them easier. I'll come back to that. So the challenges are there, and there are a number of instruments in place as well to use to meet the challenges. But the questions still remain how the issues can be addressed with better results than we actually see. Here I would like to point to different steps which are pertinent in order to more firmly deal with some of those issues that I mentioned. First, in all aspects of lawmaking, fundamental rights is a horizontal obligation. Fundamental rights influence all policy agendas, from migration to internal security, from child rights to Roma to data protection. In this way, they are an integral part of what the EU and what the national legislature are doing on an everyday basis. The concept of fundamental rights by design has developed slowly but surely since the Charter of Fundamental Rights became legally binding, and not only in the areas of national security, but also in a number of other policy fields. But let me just highlight the internal security strategy, which is currently being developed. And here, one indicator of where the Union is moving is found in the Justice and Home Affairs Council conclusions from December 2014, only a few months ago. And here the Council underscores, and I quote, "Respecting fundamental rights in planning and implementing internal security policies and action has to be seen as a means of ensuring proportionality and a tool for gaining citizens' trust and participation." A very concrete example that illustrates the importance of fundamental rights by design in relation to the internal security is the gathering and exchange of passenger name record data, the so-called PNR. It has been a contentious area for fundamental rights since the bilateral negotiations with the United States of America started in 2003. Fundamental rights concerns are inherent to any PNR system. Use of PNR data by law enforcement authorities to assess the risk posed by individual passengers will eventually amount to profiling. But as we have pointed out several times, there is legitimate and illegitimate use of profiling. So legitimate and discriminatory profiling. And the risk of discriminatory profiling, or what you could also call false positive matches, can be mitigated by introducing clear and strict limitations on purpose, protection of personal data, increased transparency of the system towards passengers, and a number of other safeguards. The Fundamental Rights Agency established a list of 12 do's and don'ts if introducing a PNR system to mitigate the human rights issues. Let me turn to the second point. My second point relates to the urgent situation in this region of Europe in relation to the thousands of asylum seekers crossing the Mediterranean Ocean. With the tragic deaths just a few days ago, and now we hear another group may have lost their life today. In their attempt to reach Europe, we are again reminded that the borders of Europe are today the borders in the world with the highest number of casualties. So Europe is still in a situation of finding solutions to the most basic element in refugee protection, namely saving lives. First and foremost, European countries need to establish a higher level of solidarity. When countries are confronted with major refugee or migration flows, a system should be in place different from the current Dublin system, which has proven inadequate in such situations. If all 28 member states collaborated fully, the pressures currently felt by a few countries would be eased. No matter whether we are talking about countries as point of entry as Italy, Spain, Malta, or countries maybe further north of final destination. We need to embrace it with all 28 member states. Second, more legal avenues for people to enter Europe could be created in order to save life, but also to reduce the demand for human smuggling and the risk of persons becoming victims of human trafficking. The increased number of resettlement places that recently have been agreed is a very important step, positive step in this direction. But other avenues could be explored, such as student visas, family reunification, private sponsorship arrangements, and other very traditional legal avenues could more frequently be directed towards the refugees in Syria or refugees from other refugee crises. In this way, Europe would contribute more to meeting the global needs of resettling refugees. Thirdly, reception centres could be established across the EU. Common asylum determination procedures and common return programmes for those who do not qualify for protection could be jointly operated. Finally, a system of resettlement within the EU could be established. Member States have spent lots of time discussing mathematical formula to determine the exact number of refugees allocated to each member state and according to which criteria. I think it has to be accepted that no model is perfect, but that a common structure, even if it's a compromise, may help Europe much more than the current approach, the current national approach. One key lesson learned from previous refugee crises in other regions of the world throughout the last 50, 60, 70 years is that international or regional solidarity is an integral part of ensuring refugee protection. A European refugee protection system would therefore help to save lives. It may also contribute to diffusing the drama and strengthen the support, because it would convey the message to the European population that we stand together to address the challenges we face. In the end, these challenges should be manageable in an area with a population of 500 million people, or let's say 1,000 people are living in a small community. One person arrives from outside to ask for protection. One person, and there are 1,000 to support him. That is the scale that we are talking about. It should be manageable. My next and third point relates to the question of racism and discrimination, which is also addressed in the background note to the conference. Article 1 of the Charter on Non-Discrimination and the Racial Equality Directives constitute a very strong framework for combating racism, xenophobia, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, and anti-Gypsyism. The framework is there, but it needs to be implemented with greater commitment and rigor. Our European societies are diverse and multicultural. Around 20 million people living in the EU are national of non-EU member states. That is 4% of the total EU population. Europe has long established minority groups such as the 10 to 12 million Roma, religious minorities such as Jews and Muslims, which constitute a still larger segment of the European population. So the fabric of our society is woven from diverse clothes. Coexistence is not a choice, it's an immutable fact. And there is an urgency to address the discrimination that has been demasked by the Fundamental Rights Agency and other institutions over the years. There is an urgency to find ways forward in creating a fundamental rights-based inclusion policy, as was underscored recently in a ministerial meeting in Vienna, where it was discussed tackling violent extremism and terrorism. In conclusion, Madam President, I would like to shortly address the question of a fundamental rights policy cycle in the EU. In order to strengthen the overall fundamental rights protection in the EU, there is a need for more coherent, multi-level cooperation between the EU, national, regional and local levels. And here, of course, as you as speakers of the Parliament are key actors in such a strengthened dialogue. We see the European Commission's annual colloquium, which has now been launched, as well as the Council of the EU's announcement of an annual dialogue on the rule of law, are very important steps. The Fundamental Rights Agency has established now a much appreciated liaison network between all the national parliaments. These initiatives have the potential to advance the debate on how better to safeguard the values that are shared between the Union and the Member States. In the end, in order to create stronger trust between Member States, stronger trust between people and the institutions, and in particular, a higher level of trust between people in the EU. These levels of trust are what, in the end, encapsulate a coherent and democratic Europe. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Director Kerum. And now, ora do la parola al...
And now I would like to give the floor to the President of the Hellenic Parliament, Zoe Konstantopoulou.
Madam President. Dear colleagues, reading the title of our session, The Continent of Fundamental Rights, a Europe of Freedom, Solidarity and Security, one wonders, is this a discussion about the past, the present, or the future? Is it a discussion about Europe as it used to be, as it is, or as it should be? Is it a discussion about the whole of Europe, or about part of it? I consider it an honor to have been asked by our hosts to address you as a keynote speaker on this subject. And I consider it my duty at this conference of the speakers of the European Union parliaments to speak truthfully, honestly, and freely, and appeal to the sense of logic, justice, humanitarianism, and solidarity which is bound to unite heads of parliament around Europe. The respect and protection of fundamental human rights and freedoms is an intrinsic part of the European identity. It's part of the European soul, stemming from the Enlightenment era to the French Revolution, to the Greek Revolution, to the post-World War II period. Europe, the European Union, was conceived to safeguard peace and social justice, to guarantee the prosperity of its people and its societies, and to affirm the equal participation of member states and the equal and prosperous coexistence of their peoples. Europe evolved institutionally through the constant reaffirmation, enhancement, and reinforcement of fundamental human rights and freedoms. However, Europe, as expressed mainly by its executive, banking, and financial branches or sectors, seems to have lost its way during the last 5 years. It seems to be constantly putting the emphasis on numeric and economic estimations, which have been proven to be gross miscalculations, with the single aim to increase competitiveness, a notion clearly not included among the universal principles and international values recognized by humanity, and clearly well below human rights in the European values hierarchy, to the detriment of protecting human life and human dignity, as well as the most sacred individual, political, economic, social, and cultural rights, which constitute or should constitute the core of contemporary democracies. It is, of course, useful to talk about growth, the digital Europe, etc., but we cannot do so while ignoring the fact that the chosen policies to address the issue of deficits and state debt and to propose measures for growth within Europe during the last 5 years have created nothing but misery, but also a true humanitarian crisis and a grave breach of democratic procedure and parliamentary functions, while at the same time violating the most fundamental democratic rights of people and citizens. State debt, a problem which most or all European countries are facing, is being used as a pretext, but also as a tool for the steady retreat from basic principles of human rights protection, respect to democratic sovereignty, and parliamentary procedure. And this is something that concerns us all and should concern us all. State debt is being used as the basis of an extortion mechanism directed at parliaments and at the people. During the last 5 years, my country, Greece, one of the first member states of the European Community, has been subjected to a so-called bailout program, which has really been a jail time program for the Greek society. Greece has been subjected to MOUs, memoranda of agreement, or adjustment programs as a condition for securing financing from the IMF, the European Commission, and the European Central Bank. The programs consist in austerity measures that, among others, include deep public spending cuts, public sector job cuts, tax increases, privatization of public enterprises, and so-called structural reforms which equal the destruction of public infrastructures. These measures have pushed the economy into recession and have grossly undermined the enjoyment of fundamental human rights. This is not only my conclusion, this is the conclusion of the independent expert on the effects of foreign debt and other related international financial obligations of state on the full enjoyment of all human rights, which was filed in 2014 after a visit to Greece. The measures have resulted in monstrous rates of unemployment, homelessness, poverty, social exclusions, and severely reduced access to public services such as education, healthcare, justice. After 5 years of austerity measures, the situation goes as follows, and it's good to know. Unemployment rose from 9.7% in 2009 to 27% in 2015, with youth unemployment reaching the unprecedented rate of 60% and unemployment in young women reaching 72%. Almost 1.5 million people are unemployed in an active population of 3.5 million. A suicide epidemic led to a loss of thousands of human lives out of despair. 1/3 of private sector workers or employees receive less or the equal of 300 euros as a wage. More than 300,000 households live without electricity. More than 500,000 children in Greece live below the poverty level. 44.8% of pensioners receive pensions below the poverty line and as low as 300 euros. Since 2009, there has been an unprecedented increase in homelessness. And structural reforms, we should see what that has meant, have meant cuts to healthcare spending well below the European average, job cuts in the public health sector, closure or merger of hospitals and healthcare facilities, which have undermined the access to basic healthcare, particularly for the poor and the most vulnerable. Time and again, we have experienced periods during which cancer patients did not have access to medicine to combat their illness. Structural reforms have also targeted schools. We have had closure of schools, increased school dropout rates and deprivation of important educational material, as well as children fainting during class out of starvation. All this disaster was imposed through undemocratic methods, such as the insertion of 800-page laws construed in 1 or 2 or 3 articles only, so that members of parliament did not have the option of saying yes to some provisions and no to others. We have had 3 such laws, including measures which basically targeted fundamental human rights, and at the same time, in those laws and in others, one finds an extraordinary number of provisions through which fines for tax evasion are abolished, or through which responsibility for large-scale corruption and economic crime is being immunized. It is provided for in Regulation number 472 dated in 2013 that member states of the European Union, subject to a macroeconomic adjustment program, shall carry out a comprehensive audit of their public finances in order, inter alia, to assess the reasons that led to the building up of excessive levels of debt, as well as to track any possible irregularity. My contention to you, as heads of parliament, is that this provision does not only represent an international obligation of member states, it also represents a fundamental right of the European people. And this is a right to be exercised in the name of the living, but also of the next generations. Because at this point, we have children in Greece being born and owing, as babies, more than 32,000 euros. There is a fundamental right to truth about the public debt. And the Greek Parliament, being true to this fundamental right to the truth, to the investigation of how the public debt was created and inflated, has created a committee called the Debt Truth Committee, a committee which is destined to investigate the truth about the creation and the blowing up of the public debt, the auditing of the debt, and the promotion of international cooperation of the Hellenic Parliament with the European Parliament and the parliaments of other countries and international organizations in matters of debt, in order to raise awareness and motivate the society, the international community, and the international public opinion. This committee is established under the auspices of the Parliament by decision of the President of the Parliament, and is comprised by international experts, but also of people having been active in public debt and human rights matters. I'm very honored to have with me in the delegation of Greece, Mrs. Sofia Sakorafa, an MEP who is responsible for the relations of this committee with the other European parliaments and the European Parliament itself, and also Monsieur Eric Toussaint, who is responsible for the scientific coordination of the works of this committee. The subject of this committee is, I will need 1 or 2 minutes, Mrs. President. The subject of this committee is the research, the collection and elaboration in an organized and scientific manner of all data associated with the creation and inflating of the public debt, in order to define which part and which proportion of it is illegitimate, illegal, or odious, or unsustainable. During, first of all, the memorandum period, so 2010 to 2015, and then looking backwards. We really count on the collaboration and on the solidarity of European parliaments in this quest for the truth and in this quest for justice and social justice. No parliament should ever be subjected again to extraordinary procedures of yes and no. No parliament should ever be subjected again to the direct extortion experienced by Cyprus in 2013, whereby Parliament was required to vote upon certain measures with the banks closed. This kind of procedure grossly violates democracy and gravely undermines human rights. This kind of procedure will lead Europe away from its fundamental and founding principles and will lead Europe and the European Union to lose its soul. As parliamentarians and as heads of parliaments, as the voices of the people of Europe who have the right to claim Europe as their own, we should see to it that this never happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Konstantinopoulos. We have now come to the end of the speeches, and we have received requests for the floor from 10 colleagues. Before handing over to President Larcher, I would like to remind you that you will only have 3 minutes each, so that there will be enough time for the speakers to reply to your comments. And now I would like to call on Gérard Larcher, President of the French Senate. Thank you. Over to you. Yes, thank you.
President, dear colleagues, after May 2014, after our Belgian friends, there were terrible terrorist attacks in France in January, followed by Denmark and then Tunisia. Throughout Europe and the immediate neighborhood of Europe were affected by the terrorist scourge in France. And with Carl Batlon next to me, I'd like to thank all speakers of Parliament for the solidarity which they've shown to our country and to both of the chambers of our Parliament. We've, on the 7th of April, in addressing the President of the Tunisian Assembly, who we received at the Senate, we expressed all our support. That country, like our country and many other countries, have been attacked at the heart of their democratic process and the building of democracy in Tunisia. This terrorism attacks journalism and cartoonists. It attacks a fundamental freedom, the freedom of the press and the freedom of opinion and freedom of thought. It kills people simply because they're Jews, and they want to introduce discrimination, acting against Article 21. They want to destroy our democratic societies. But I want to say, with great sympathy to the Greek Parliament, much more than the ECB, which I don't think is yet on the list of terrorist organizations. I think that we have to be clear in speaking to each other as speakers of Parliament. On the 30th of March at the French Senate, we had an interparliamentary meeting on the means to combat terrorism. People who were involved were taking part. The Bundesrat, the Cortes in Spain, the Danish Parliament, the House of Lords, the Sejma of Latvia, which will be ensuring the presidency of the European Union, all present, and we drafted a common declaration. And in order that priority actions be adopted on the European level, we stress that Frontex should be afforded a coordination role within Europe, because terrorists are targeting the fundamental values of the European Union. These values are values which we share. Article 2 of the treaty sets them out clearly. The Union is founded on the values of respect of human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, and the rule of law. The basis is the respect of human rights, and we cannot be, and there are also the murders in Kenya, people who were targeted because they were Christians, and the fate of the Eastern Christians, who we cannot neglect in our concerns for fundamental rights. In certain areas, terrorists make use of organized crime particularly human traffic. They exploit human misery and generate chaos, and they move thousands of people with no thought of the danger they're exposed to. They use them as pawns in their process of destabilization. These are new forms of trafficking and slavery. Yesterday, as you mentioned, Madam President, hundreds and hundreds of people drowned, and hundreds saved by the Italian Coast Guard or merchant vessels. Faced by these migratory dramas which shock the European conscience, Italy is in the front line, and we cannot leave Italy alone on the front line facing this. We cannot leave the central and eastern Mediterranean to have to face up alone to a problem which affects Europe as a whole and which impinges upon our fundamental values. We cannot, my dear colleagues, accept that Frontex is only funded by a third of the members of the European Union. How can we do anything with 116 million euros a budget? In combating illegal migration, the European Union has to mobilize. We have to deal with the effects, but also the causes. We have to combat the networks of traffickers, and we have to stabilize countries at the source of immigration, particularly countries in sub-Saharan Africa, which have been made fragile by terrorism. France has a military presence in a number of these countries in order to stabilize them, and my thoughts go to the soldiers who've been deployed there. We have to establish strong relations economically, socially, but also on the security level with these countries. And therefore, in the name of common values, citizens are also entitled to demand that their security be established. You cannot have freedom without security. The Charter of Fundamental Rights states this clearly, stating that all people are entitled to freedom and security. Our common space of freedom is also a space of security and justice. It is the responsibility of states. It is the responsibility of Europe. But we do not do enough to respond to this double obligation on the practical level, and that's why we have asked for an instrument for the internal security in Europe. We think that the number of measures should be undertaken to strengthen the borders of the Schengen area, to combating arms trafficking and the funding of terrorist activities, greater cooperation with Europol and Eurojust. You mentioned this, Madam President, with the establishment of a European prosecutors department in order to and also measures to de-radicalize jihadist people with jihadist movements. And there's a massive recruitment undertaking on the internet. You see that on the internet in Libya there's a massacre of Christians. That's a dramatic provocation. We need to analyze the deep causes of terrorist activities inside our societies too, and we need to respond through education and awareness building. Dear colleagues, I wish to stress that if it is important for parliaments to cooperate, and we have to take up the formula Claude Barthelon suggested to us. We need to decide with our executive authorities to act in the respect of basic freedoms, but it's our responsibility. This is the message I wanted to put to you with some feeling, but I don't think it's time for formal discussions, but to look at things in the face. Thank you, President Lachère. And now I have on my list, first of all, the Vice President of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, Sadiq Yakut. You have the floor. Now I'd like to remind you, 3 minutes, and I would like everybody to keep to 3.
Distinguished President, in addition to the worrisome developments experienced currently in the Middle East as well as in the Mediterranean and Black Sea basins, there are many other additional risks which have reached an extent that threatens the stability on a global basis, and these risks range from terrorism to ethnic conflicts, climate change, financial crisis, energy security and food safety, cyber attacks, proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, cultural and religious polarization, and illegal migration. In this conjuncture, the EU, with which Turkey shares certain fundamental values such as democracy, human rights and rule of law, is faced with certain important tests. In the recent times, in particular, we have been unfortunately witnessing a Europe-wide discourse which is increasingly getting stronger in favor of xenophobia, anti-migration and extremism, questioning the European project. Unfortunately, Muslim communities living in Europe are increasingly becoming the target of Islamophobia, intolerance and discrimination, and they frequently feel that they're excluded. The unfounded fear for Muslims, incited by certain segments in Europe, and the negative depiction of Islam makes the problem even bigger and threatens the integrity of communities and the feeling of coexistence. It's interesting to observe that only 2.5% of the population in Saxony in Germany is foreigners, and only a small percentage of it is Muslim. As you know, the state of Saxony is the base for Islamophobic Pegida in Germany. Pegida could not penetrate into the western states of Germany. We happily saw that many responsible German politicians and Chancellor Merkel in particular have adopted a determined stance against these people. A significant majority of German people do not accept Pegida either. For us, this is an important matter that has priority. Nonetheless, Turkish people form a significant proportion of Muslims living in majority of Western European countries. Therefore, the main target of Islamophobia and resulting attacks is our people. Our civilization tells us that if you kill one person, you kill the whole mankind. In the example of atrocious attacks in January this year in Paris, it is not acceptable in any way to use Islam as an excuse for violent attacks, because Islam is a religion of peace. We expect our European friends not to allow for populism and to adopt an approach that aims for a shared future for our people, rather than a short-acting political discourse. At the end of the day, both Islam and Muslim community are permanent in Europe, which is our collective home. As you distinguished parliamentarians know very well, pluralism, encouraging and increasing migrants' participation in politics and increasing participation are a few of the most influential solutions for these problems. Today, the total number of Syrians living in Turkey has exceeded 1.7 million people. Food and non-food items are provided to 250,000 Syrians living in camps set up in Turkey. We provide them healthcare, education, psychological support, vocational training, and social services. Furthermore, Turkey provides them temporary protection for free healthcare services and to 1.4 million Syrians living outside the camps in Turkey. Thank you very much.
Bene, ringrazio
I would like to thank President Yakut for his remarks. And now I would like to call on the President of the House of Representatives of Cyprus, Yanakis Omiro.
Dear colleagues, the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union that set out the rights and freedoms which every European citizen should enjoy through the various community policies and strategies constitutes the guidebook of our efforts for consolidating a Europe of fundamental rights, freedom, solidarity and security. The rights, freedoms and principles, as they are mapped out in the Charter, should not remain words on paper. Our Member States and the European institutions should increase their conscious efforts for the promotion of the common universal values of human dignity, freedom, equality and solidarity. Solidarity, as a fundamental principle laid down in the treaties, should also guide our actions and shown in practice in the form of measures leading to development, to those EU member states facing economic difficulties due to the financial crisis. Saying this, I cannot but express my agreement to what the President of the Hellenic Parliament has said with regard to the role of parliaments in promoting human rights and protecting the European citizens from the decisions of Troika, a body whose legitimacy and rightfulness to impose measures and that hinder basic human rights has even been questioned by the European Parliament. Parliaments, by exercising parliamentary control, scrutinizing, can contribute to the protection of the rights of their citizens and prevent occurrence of similar situations in the future. Security for the whole of the European Union can only be established via a strict commitment to the principles and values of the European Union, the decisions of the United Nations and international law. For countries like Cyprus, where fundamental human rights of the citizens have been violated for over 40 years now by a candidate country, Turkey, fellow member states are expected to show their solidarity in practice so that international law can be upheld. This is the only way we can achieve lasting security in Europe, as against double standards that dilute the essence of the universality of values, principles and rights. Thank you.
Sì, la ringrazio, Presidente.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to call on the President of the Parliament of Estonia, Eiki Nestor.
Dear colleagues, Madam President, I must tell you that I will turn 62 on this September, and almost 2/3 of my life I don't have any fundamental rights. I even don't have a right to ask them. That's why I want to say that the Berlin Wall separated not only the people and ideologies, it was the dividing line between democracy and anti-democracy, the line between respecting the fundamental rights on the one side and the lack of any rights on the other. The title of our session, The Continent of Fundamental Rights, marking the European Union's responsibility for the entire continent. Democracy, rule of law, civic freedoms and human rights have been attractive for the states in the eastern part of Europe. It's still attractive for the EU neighbour states that are involved in Eastern Partnership Programme, especially for the people in Georgia, Moldova and Ukraine. The Russian military intervention to Georgia in 2008 and to Ukraine in 2014 and the occupation of the part of their territories has caused the greatest security threat in Europe after the Second World War. The reason for the military actions by Russia was the wish of the people in Georgia and Ukraine to develop democracy in their countries and to become more politically and economically aligned with the European Union. This is a normal desire for the citizen in Europe to use and enjoy fundamental rights. The EU has no rights to distance from our partners from eastern part of the continent because the Kremlin does not like what the overwhelming part of people in these countries want. During the past decade, Moscow has seen the democracy has threat to its own security. Therefore, the EU has to take even more responsibility towards our eastern partners. Of course, we know that in all these countries, in Georgia, in Moldova, in Ukraine, there are a lot to do. But it's very important to ratify the EU association agreements with these countries in the nearest future by all European parliaments. It's European common interest, and it's a big leap on the way to guarantee the fundamental rights in all our continent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Over to the President of the National Assembly of Hungary, László Kövér.
Tisztelt elnök asszony, tisztelt hölgyeim és uraim, kedves kollégák! Amikor alapjogi kérdésekről esik szó, és a szabadság, szolidaritás és biztonság Európájáról beszélünk, két fontos kérdést szeretnék kiemelni, amelyek ugyan szerves részét képezik az alapvető jogoknak, azonban sok európai politikus úgy érzi, kényelmetlen ezekről beszélni. Ugyanakkor európai jövőnk két alapvető problémájáról van szó. Elsőként az illegális migráció kérdéséről beszélnék. E kérdésben Dél-Európát kell elsősorban megemlíteni.
First of all, allow me to stress that the problem of illegal migration is something that is marked by daily tragedies. We know that there is a very high number of migrants, and this number has risen over the last few years. 32,000 illegal migrants. As we know, were identified in the first months of the year. Appropriate management of this flow of migrants demands a balanced approach from a geographical point of view. The other element in terms of stability and security is that of ensuring the enjoyment of the rights of minorities. This has to be guaranteed because this is a fundamental element for the diversity of Europe. We believe that the responsibility of the European institutions is twofold. And first of all, we have to ensure that the rights of ethnic communities are upheld and protected. The European Union stresses stresses other aspects, such as the curvature of pickles or other aspects like animal welfare. It should, on the other hand, focus on human rights. We have to ensure that there is full respect for human dignity and guarantee adequate resources to protect the rights of all of our citizens and ensure that there is full respect for cultural and linguistic minorities. I would like to note that it is deplorable that in September 2013 there was no acceptance of the Tapasol initiative for the diversity of peoples. Hungary is a member of the European Union and stresses the importance of ensuring that everything is done without double standards. We therefore have to guarantee that fundamental rights are protected. We don't need a new mechanism for monitoring the enjoyment of these rights. We have the necessary means, and we believe that the conclusions of last December's meeting, the General Affairs Council, is sufficient input for this purpose. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Cover, allow me to point out that most of the people who come by sea towards Italy are asylum seekers. They apply for asylum status. Consequently, we're talking about people who are seeking protection. So we're not to talk about illegals or illegal migrants. These are people who, for the most part, are fleeing from wars, persecutions, violation of human rights. They are consequently asylum seekers. And as you know, I'm sure, they are safeguarded by the 1951 Geneva Convention. And now I would like to hand over to the President of the Parliament of Albania, Ilir Meta.
Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, I'm proud that I have the honor to represent Albania for the first time in such forum, now as a candidate country for EU membership. We are increasingly reminded that our challenges, just as our risks, are shared by all of our countries, rich and poorer, big and smaller. In my view, the economic crisis our European space is going through is not an ordinary crisis. This obliges us all to rethink our economic growth and security approach, but we should make sure at the same time that the principle of solidarity, so dear to the European Union's existence, is not abandoned. My modest opinion is that we have to strengthen...
Sorry, President Mehta, we can't hear you well. Would you mind to move your seat and try another microphone? Because we can't hear you well. If you can try another microphone. Yeah, let's try this one if you don't mind, because it's really hard to hear you properly. Sorry for the inconvenience.
This obliges us all to rethink our economic growth and security approach, but we should make sure at the same time that the principle of solidarity, so dear to the European Union's existence, is not abandoned. My modest opinion is that we have to strengthen our mode of cooperation for a more secure future, instead of withdrawing into our own restricted spaces. We have seen over and over again that in times of crisis, unemployment and lack of investment creates a fertile ground for the decline of social rights, and our so precious solidarity is threatened. As the gap between North and South, West and East is still very evident today, it makes solidarity even more necessary. Rebuilding walls and barriers will prove to be counterproductive, despite the difficult moment European countries are going through. Coming from a country which knows very well how detrimental isolation can be, we are well placed to advocate for the preservation of freedom, mobility, and for the completion of the entire European project, an Europe with all its regions integrated in it, including also all the countries of the Balkans. Crimea and Ukraine is a bitter reminder that all geopolitical interests are still at play and that our continent's security can still be challenged. This requires clarity of vision and bold decisions to protect and further advance the European project. The worst ever migrant tragedy in the Mediterranean currently is a horrifying alarm bell which should push EU member states to strengthen their common action. With illegal migration tactics, organised and trans-border criminal activities getting smarter every year, we in Southeast Europe, as an area of transit across major European corridors, feel that we have to accelerate our European integration path. Our EU partners, on the other hand, should make sure this project does not slow down and should resist extremist temptations. My message is here today is that all EU Parliament should intensify efforts to ensure that European values, solidarity, freedom of movement and economic prosperity are upheld and that the European Union project continues to solidify. A special thanks to our host Italy and for their constant dedication to enlargement as a principle of reinforcing the European space security for the continent and helping its close Adriatic and Mediterranean neighbourhood. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to call on the President of the Senate of the Netherlands, Ankie Bruckers-Knol.
Okay. The protection of fundamental rights, both within and outside the borders of the Union, is a matter we should always keep focusing upon. The Member State, but also the Union as a whole, are based upon the principles of the rule of law, democracy and respect for human rights. Basic rights such as the freedom of speech are the fundamentals of our democracy. We can tend to take these freedoms for granted, but I firmly believe we should always keep fighting for the protection of these rights and principles, especially when the rights are being challenged in the most brutal way, as was the case recently in Paris and in Copenhagen. We should be united in our efforts to protect these rights. We should always be prepared to raise issues in countries outside of the European Union, but monitoring the system within our own country and having the courage to address issues in other member states is equally important. Furthermore, member states should not only be scrutinized when entering the Union, but we should constantly focus on the principles of fundamental rights within the Union. Only then can the European Union and its member states oust opinions about the protection of fundamental rights in countries outside the EU. In short, we should practice what we preach. Both the Commission and the Council are now developing a culture of dialogue to address those member states that have difficulties in maintaining the rule of law. But we as parliamentarians should equally feel the responsibility to explore ways to address each other when we see that fundamental rights are being violated. The Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union does not only contain provisions on more traditional fundamental rights such as freedom of speech, but also aims to protect the social rights of the citizens of the European Union. I am convinced that we should pay constant attention to the protection of these rights. Employment, education and healthcare are examples of matters that are of the greatest importance for the functioning of a society. The Senate of the Kingdom of the Netherlands has for years paid attention to the synergy between the different institutions that function in the area of the protection of fundamental rights in Europe. The Senate attaches particular importance to the fact that the EU does not merely duplicate the work of the Council of Europe. It is important that the Council of Europe, the EU institutions, and the EU Fundamental Rights Agency should be complementary in their work and enforce each other. Thank you.
Sì, la ringrazio, Presidente. E ora chiede di intervenire.
Thank you. And now we will give the floor to the President of the House of Representatives of Malta, Angelo Farrugia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to express my deepest sorrow over the mass genocide. That is what is happening in the Mediterranean, mass genocide organized by these human traffickers in our shores close to Malta and Italy. And I want to thank in this Parliament the Italian authorities and my authorities of collaborating together to address this problem alone. In fact, this morning, the Prime Minister of Malta, Joseph Muscat, met the Premier Renzi to discuss further how we should face and we should think about to address properly this problem of the irregular migration, which is now certainly a European problem. And that's why I now want to address the aspect of human rights. I mean, we are talking about human rights, and we are proud of being part of this 500 million of the European Union. We are proud that we are protecting our human rights. We believe in the concept of peace. We believe in the concept of unity and the concept of prosperity. But what about those who have to be granted, who have to be protected their human rights and they have no voice? They cannot not even show their hands, because now they are either dead or they cannot speak because they are victims of these human traffickers who have very strong hands and very potential power, even in our mainlands in Europe. So what I am suggesting is, in this short intervention, Madam Chair, is that we should define properly where we want to go. Either we have to have human rights first class for the first-class citizens of Europe, or we really believe as a continent that we have to have first-class human rights for everybody. That it is both Italians, Maltese, Europeans, irrespective of the people who come to our continent. And if we don't define what actually we need to do, if we don't define the enforcement that is truly guaranteed, then we cannot have proper human rights being addressed. And now I'm talking about who commits the crime. Crimes against humanity. Genocide is a crime against humanity. When you have 900 people dead in one instance, and why I'm talking now, we have 3 other boats who are in a crisis. Another boat was wrecked in the island of Rhodes. I think Europe must now act very forcefully. And I conclude that we, as parliamentarians, should see that there is a well-scrutinized mechanism to ensure that Europe really addresses human rights to all. Thank you very much.
La ringrazio, Presidente Farrugia.
Thank you very much, President Farrugia. And now we will give the floor to the President of the Senate of Poland, Bogdan Borusewicz. Over to you.
Madam President, we have three issues, three problems, not from today, of course, that touch upon, forcefully touch upon our continent of fundamental rights. Three problems on our EU borders. The first problem is the following: Russian aggression against Ukraine. It is a war between two countries, two states. These are not skirmishes. These are military operations between two states. They have lost impetus recently, but don't be lured. You will still have that problem to face. The second problem, very severe indeed, migration, escape to this place where we are, Europe, a place of stability, fundamental rights, rule of law, escape from sub-Saharan Africa, but not only from there, with the destabilization of the state of Yemen, yet another state and migration therefrom. This is mass migration of people who want asylum. Of course, in that situation, individual countries cannot face up to the situation alone, including Italy. So we need a joint asylum and migration policy, because we cannot stop this problem, get rid of this problem only by different barriers, backstops. We cannot prevent people from coming to Europe and want to settle in Europe. I believe that the EU members, they should engage in a larger scope in those maritime operations to rescue those confronted with the ultimate choices, because there are such situations. And we have a third problem: terrorism, parastates, terrorist attacks, and we hopefully this attack against Charlie Hebdo did not trigger off an anti-Islamic upheaval in France. The French state reacted in the right way, and such upheaval did not take place. But we should be wary of such situations and follow such a situation that may make the situation even worse. In parallel, a meeting of Home Affairs ministers is being held in Luxembourg. Madam President, wouldn't it be worth our while to speed up the statement on joint operations on the Mediterranean, so as that declaration, that statement could reach our fellow ministers of Home Affairs as quickly as today? I am a bit disappointed of those meetings that where the same issues continue to come up without any decision.
Sì, grazie.
Thank you, President. You're quite right. There are parallel meetings taking place. Obviously, this was something we had not foreseen. This meeting was planned beforehand. And now I would like to call on the President of the Bulgarian Parliament, Tsetska Tsacheva.
Dear colleagues, as an external border of the Union, Bulgaria is among the member states most seriously affected by the severe pressure of mixed migratory flows. What we deem important in terms of our joint EU efforts is to maintain a geographical balance and keep a constant focus on both maritime and external land borders of the Union, along one of the permanently impacted routes to the Eastern Mediterranean. And the Eastern Mediterranean is the region which is the focus of our attention today. The expected increase in migratory pressures along that route, Black Sea inclusive, calls for an adequate response towards strengthening European solidarity and support to that region. We insist on establishing an effective indicator-based common framework for genuine and practical solidarity across all areas of sharing the migratory and refugee burdens, because it is obvious that the individual countries cannot tackle these issues. The terrorist attacks early this year have brought to the fore the issue of EU external border security. In this sense, the Union is compelled to give a single and ambitious response to the continuing threat of terrorism. Amid unprecedented migratory pressures along its EU external borders and as a transit country of the so-called foreign fighters, Bulgaria has proven itself as being a trustworthy and responsible partner with de facto behavior of a Schengen member. The country contributes on a daily basis to ensuring the common European security. In accordance with the Schengen acquis, we have introduced systematic checks at Sofia and Varna airports and on the border checkpoints on the Bulgarian-Turkish border and the Bulgarian-Serbian border. Key to ensuring security is the effective exchange of information in every of its aspects. Therefore, all states should make use of Europol's platform, analytical capabilities, and database. Bulgaria is already using the entire set of functionalities of the Schengen information system, except for the option of refusing entry to third country nationals who have been denied entry to the Schengen area. The full use of SIS after the accession of Bulgaria and Romania to Schengen would contribute to enhancing the level of common European security. Schengen membership would also imply access of Bulgaria to the visa information system. In fact, Bulgaria has for long been technically ready to join this, something that has absorbed significant amount of funding. What we need today is urgent measures to reinforce the Schengen area. An important prerequisite to that end would be to deepen mutual trust between member states. Now more than ever, the expansion of Schengen area would strengthen our borders and send out a strong political message on EU's unity.
Del Parlamento Europeo Antonio Tajani. Prego.
Our values are our identity. Freedom, solidarity, subsidiarity, security, human rights, social market economy, the same rules for everybody, to put in the center every man and every woman in Europe. Without these values, we don't have Europe. E per questo noi dobbiamo...
And this is why we have to strive to defend, pursuant to Article 17 of the treaty, to ensure dialogue between Christians, Muslims, Jews, and non-believers. We have to be wary of the risk of anti-Semitism flaring up again. No Jew must be afraid of living in Europe because Europe is the homeland of Jews. We have to ensure that Muslims may be more integrated. I was thinking of what the president of the Muslim community in France said. There needs to be a European imam. There needs to be adequate training of imams in Europe, and this was pointed out at an important conference on interfaith dialogue. This is the same a kind of positive measure brought in Strasbourg by the King of Jordan, Abdullah II, when he said that Muslim is a religion of peace, and any attack of the kinds we've seen is an attack against Muslims. We have to look beyond our borders. We have to defend the rights of Christians and Christian minorities that are being affected and jeopardized in many countries in the Middle East and Africa. Too many Christians are being murdered, and this is something that is often overlooked. We must not ignore the mounting threat of terrorism. ISIS is far more dangerous than Al-Qaeda. Europe and its values are under attack, and this is why we must react, involving those Islamic countries that we know will be on our side as our foremost allies in this battle. And this difficult situation is seen in the form of those tragedies that affect the weakest. The victims of these disasters at sea are fleeing from wars and persecutions. We've seen Christians being killed on board these boats that are in the hands of human traffickers. This is an emergency that epitomizes all of the problems in Africa and the Middle East, and this is why Europe must make a bold move. Certain states must set aside their selfishness. As President Schulz said, we have to be bolder. We have to make a decisive effort to solve these problems that affect the weakest, and the weakest need to be protected from the actions of the strongest. Thank you very much. And now over to the President of the Assembly of the Republic of Portugal, Maria Sancial Esteves.
Thank you very much. My greetings to you, Mrs. Baldrini. I'm here. Okay.
Where are you?
Okay. My greetings to all of you, dear colleagues. Just to let you two short remarks. The first one concerns the fact that Portugal has now the presidency of the Parliamentary Assembly of Union for the Mediterranean. And I want to tell you that during all this current year, we have been working all the time about migrations, and we have done it with the International Organization for Migrations. We are now intending to have a summit in Lisbon on the 11th and 12th of May with the presence of all the presidents of the parliaments of the European Union and as well with the presidents of the parliaments of the countries around the Mediterranean. We had this proposal since the beginning to choose the issue migrations as the only issue leading all our work during the year. And we have the top moment on May. So what I want to tell you is that I am stressing the invitation I address it to all of you to be present in Lisbon. The idea is to draft a document that will be addressed to all the European institutions, the Parliament, the European Council, and the Commission. The idea is to take concrete measures, is indeed to embrace the action when the tragedy is calling us for doing everything, not something, everything. So the idea is to come with this approach made by the will of all the presidents of the parliaments. And I am calling you to come to Lisbon, to be present, to present your solutions, because the idea is to come with concrete measures in short and long term. The other idea that I want to remark is the idea that we need a minimal social Europe that we do not have till now. And we will present a conclusion for tomorrow, stressing that we need indeed to a basis of minimal common standards of social policies, like employment and social security, in order to enhance the coherence of the Union and give a true basis to the budgetary convergence. Not uniformity, but minimal common standards in social policies. Thank you.
Grazie, Maria.
Thank you very much, Maria. And now, dear colleagues, as we're running a bit late, unfortunately, I am unable to give the floor to our speakers for their reply because we will be received by the President of the Italian Republic, and we're already 30 minutes late. So I regret to have to inform you that, unfortunately, we have to end our session here without giving the speakers the opportunity to speak again. The heads of delegation are invited to the Quirinale, to the audience with the President of the Republic. Other delegates will be taken on a visit of the Italian Chamber of Deputies. Thank you very much, and we will be meeting again later this evening for the dinner that will be held at Villa Madama. So our meeting is adjourned, and I will see you later. Thank you.